Night falls gently over an ancient world. The sky above is a vast, ebony tapestry dusted with countless stars. In the hush of evening, our ancestors lift their eyes heavenward. Each shimmering light holds a story. Each constellation is a sign. Under these ancient skies, long before city lights or telescopes, people looked up in wonder and found meaning in the patterns of the night. The stars are more than distant fires. They are divine spirits, legendary beasts, heroes and lovers, shining down, guiding and inspiring those on the earth below. In the cradle of civilization between two great rivers, the people of Mesopotamia gather under a dark firmament, alive with stars. Warm desert air carries the fragrance of earth and barley. Above the flat rooftops and tall ziggurats of their cities, the heavens sprawl magnificently. Points of light form shapes that echo their lives and dreams. One shape slowly rises in the eastern sky, a cluster of bright stars outlining the form of a bull. To the Mesopotamians, this is the bull of heaven, a mighty celestial creature looming above the horizon. As its stars appear one by one, murmurs spread through the people beneath, for they all know the tale of the great bull that came from the heavens. They say the bull of heaven was sent by the gods themselves. Its appearance in the sky was a seasonal herald, a sign that the cool rains of spring would soon fade, and the dry heat would return. In their myths, the bull is no gentle creature, but a fierce beast with a ravenous thirst. When angered and unleashed upon the world, it descends from the sky with thunderous steps. Its breath scorches the fields. With each bellow, it can dry up rivers and lakes. The bull of heaven tramples the green plains, turning soil to dust and lapping up the precious waters of the earth to quench its divine hunger. To ancient farmers, the droughts of summer felt like the bull's wrath made real, a cosmic bull roaming the land, drinking the rivers dry and leaving the ground parched. In the city of Uruk, as the story goes, the people once faced this celestial menace, not just in the sky, but on their very streets. The goddess of love and war, Ishtar, known as Inanna to the Sumerians, grew furious when the hero king Gilgamesh spurned her offer of marriage. In her wounded pride, Ishtar beseeched her father, Anu the sky god, to let loose the bull of heaven upon Gilgamesh's kingdom as punishment. Anu, though wary, consented. He plucked the bull constellation from the sky and breathed life into it. The great bull roared to existence in the heavens, its eyes two blazing stars, and then it charged down to earth, crossing the horizon into the land of mortals. Night after night, the bull of heaven rampaged through the fields of Uruk. Its eyes flashed like giant orbs of fire. Its snorts shook the ground. With each stamp of its hoof, the earth split open, great chasms swallowing men and animals alike. Crops withered under its burning breath. The mighty Euphrates River began to sink as the bull drank greedily, threatening to leave nothing but cracked clay behind. People cried out in terror and prayed fervently for deliverance from this divine punishment. At last, their prayers were answered by the courage of two friends. Gilgamesh, the strong and wise king, and his wild-hearted companion Enkidu resolved to confront the heavenly beast. Under the eerie light of twilight and the first stars, a titanic struggle ensued outside the walls of Uruk. The bull roared, shaking the foundations of the city, but Gilgamesh stood his ground and seized its horns, straining with all his strength. Enkidu, fearless and loyal, rushed beside his friend and grasped the bull's tail. The two mortals, tiny beneath the vast night sky, wrestled with the beast that no ordinary man could withstand. With a final cry to the sky gods, Gilgamesh plunged his sword deep, and the bull of heaven collapsed with a groan that echoed to the horizon. The earth fell silent. In the sudden stillness, they gazed at the fallen creature and felt both triumph and trepidation. As the creature lay slain, Gilgamesh noticed its great horns, each tipped with gleaming blue lapis lazuli. Recognizing the sacred nature of their foe, he understood that these were no ordinary horns, but treasures of the gods. To appease any divine wrath, Gilgamesh cut off the bull's magnificent horns and carried them to the temple of Shamash, the sun god. There he dedicated the horns as an offering, mounting them on the temple wall as a token of respect and repentance for having slain a beast of heaven. Only then did the hero king return to his palace, weary but relieved. With the bull's defeat, the rivers slowly began to rise back to their banks, and the land's vitality returned. The people of Uruk breathed thankful sighs of relief. Yet victory came at a heavy price. The assembly of gods, angered that a creature of the sky had been slain by mortal hands, decreed that Enkidu must die for this transgression. Not long after the bull's fall, Enkidu fell ill and passed away, leaving Gilgamesh heartbroken. By daring to challenge the will of the gods, the hero saved his city, but lost his dearest friend. In the Epic of Gilgamesh, this sorrow drives the king to wander in search of life's meaning and the secret of immortality. It was a lesson etched into Mesopotamian lore. The gifts of the gods, the rain, the sun, and the stars themselves must be respected, for defiance can bring sorrow even in victory. Even so, the tale of the bull of heaven also spoke to the Mesopotamians of courage and necessity, sometimes to protect what one loves. Even a king must face the very powers of heaven. As they looked to the night sky and saw the constellation of the bull, people remembered both Ishtar's wrath and Gilgamesh's bravery. The stars of the bull, rising each year, heralded the dry season's start, a warning and reminder woven into the fabric of the cosmos. When those stars finally set and the rains eventually returned, it was as if the bull had been defeated once more, allowing life to flourish anew. Under the Mesopotamian sky, the cosmos was alive with such stories. The bull of heaven was only one of many figures shining above. There were also the great lion, the venomous scorpion, the heroic hunter, and the loyal shepherd. Patterns of stars that mirrored earthly creatures and divine beings. In fact, many of the star figures we know today in the zodiac, Taurus the bull, Leo the lion, Scorpio the scorpion, carry the very names first given by those early Mesopotamian stargazers. To them, each spark of light was part of a celestial script. The night sky was like a clay tablet spread above, and the priests of Mesopotamia learned to read its cuneiform of stars. They catalogued the heavens on clay tablets, noting constellations and the planets wandering among them. A halo around the moon, a sudden eclipse, or the appearance of a comet with its luminous tail were not mere curiosities. They were interpreted as messages from the gods to the world of men. If the heavens revealed an omen, the king and his advisors would respond with prayers and rituals, hoping to balance the cosmic scales. Thus, stargazing was not only about wonder, but also about wisdom and warning. Imagine a quiet night in ancient Babylon. On the terrace of a tall ziggurat, scholarly priests stand under a canopy of brilliant stars. They trace the paths of the wandering planets and note the turning of constellations through the seasons. Oil lamps flicker faintly at their feet, but above, the stars reign supreme. One scribe points out the bull of heaven, rising late in the second month of the year. The others nod, remembering that this rising aligns with the time when the rivers begin to recede and the heat grows, clear proof to them that the bull's presence in the sky influences the earth. In their worldview, every earthly event had a heavenly parallel. The movements of heaven and earth were linked like two halves of a whole. By telling of Ishtar's anger and the bull's rampage, the Mesopotamians gave meaning to the baking summers that threatened their fields. By celebrating the bull's defeat, they expressed hope that relief and balance would follow. Each year, as the bull constellation climbed into the night, they offered sacrifices and prayers to appease the powers above, wishing to keep the dreaded drought at bay. Among the celestial lights, one in particular held their affection in a gentler way. The planet Venus, which blazed brightly at dawn and dusk. To the Mesopotamians, this was Ishtar's own star. When Venus gleamed in the west after sunset, or in the east before sunrise, they saw it as the goddess of love and war, watching over the world at day's end and day's beginning. The appearance of that brilliant morning star, sometimes shimmering in hues of white and blue, and at moments twinkling red as it hovered near the horizon, was a familiar and hopeful sight. It reminded them that even after the darkest night, light and divine care would return. In this way, every bright object in their sky had a personality and a purpose, weaving a rich tapestry of meaning between heaven and earth. And so, in the stillness of those ancient nights, families would gather and gaze at the glittering bull of heaven and the wandering star of Ishtar. Parents held children close and softly recounted the adventures of Gilgamesh and Enkidu, turning a fearful omen into a tale of heroism and respect for the divine. A child's eyes might widen at the thought that a shining bull lived among the stars, and that once, a long time ago, it had come down to earth. They would drift to sleep, imagining the sky full of divine creatures and celestial guardians. The crackle of a distant fire, the rustle of date palms in the night breeze, and the endless sparkle above lulled their minds into dreams where gods and heroes danced in the sky. To this day, when we look up at the constellation of Taurus on a clear spring night, we are gazing at the same bull of heaven that Mesopotamians saw. Thousands of years have passed, but those stars still shine, silent witnesses to the long human story. Though we no longer fear the bull's drought in the same way, its myth lingers in our collective memory. The bull of heaven rises eternally in the theatre of stars, reminding us of a time when the boundary between earth and sky was thin, and when the mysteries of nature were explained and enriched by legends. As the bull's stars slowly march westward and sink below the horizon, the Mesopotamians would quietly accept the coming of cooler days and eventual rain, whispering thanks to the heavens for balance restored. Now our journey under ancient skies carries us west, from Mesopotamia's fertile valleys to the land of the Nile, from a world of clay tablets and star readers to one of pyramids and pharaohs. The scene shifts gently. Here the night sky arches over golden deserts and a silver river. Yet above, the stars remain the same eternal lights. The people of Egypt, too, looked up at the vault of night and saw not just distant lights, but a living, divine presence spread across the heavens. In ancient Egypt, nightfall over the desert brought a breathtaking display of stars from horizon to horizon. The Egyptians saw in that brilliant night sky the image of a goddess. They called her Nut, the great sky mother who stretches her body over the world. Envision her, as they did, a woman immense and eternal, her skin dark blue and sprinkled with stars like a million gleaming jewels. At dusk, Nut rises above, arching across the sky. Her fingertips touch the western horizon, and her toes touch the eastern, embracing the earth below. Far beneath her, lying along the ground, is her husband, Geb, the earth god, yearning upward. Long ago, they say, Nut and Geb were locked in a loving embrace until the air god Shu forced them apart, lifting Nut high and creating the space between sky and earth where the world could flourish. Now Nut's star-studded form is the heavenly canopy itself, protecting all living things. As the Egyptians watched the sky, they felt the presence of Nut overhead, protective, vast, and maternal. They believed that every evening this heavenly mother swallowed the fiery sun god Ra, taking him into her star-filled belly. All through the night, Ra travelled through the darkness inside her, fighting off the forces of chaos in the underworld. And with each dawn, Nut gave birth to the sun anew on the eastern horizon. Sunrise was more than a daily occurrence. It was a sacred rebirth, the Sky Mother labouring to bring light back to the world each morning. Day after day, this cycle continued, dusk and dawn, swallowing and birthing. It comforted the Egyptians to know that even the sun, the mightiest of gods, found refuge each night in Nut's embrace, and emerged safely each morning from her womb of stars. Overhead, the broad river of the Milky Way glowed pale across the sky, a faintly shimmering band of light. The Egyptians called it the Celestial Nile, seeing it as a heavenly mirror of their own life-giving river. In the clear desert air, that river of stars arched gracefully over the horizon to horizon, and they sometimes identified it with Nut herself, the outline of her body, or perhaps the milk that flowed from her as cosmic nourishment. To their eyes, the countless stars of the Milky Way were like glittering grains of sand or droplets of water in the sky, and each one might represent a soul dancing in the goddess's embrace. Somewhere up in that sparkling expanse, they imagined their own spirits might one day dwell. The Egyptians held a profound belief in the eternal journey of the soul. Death was not an end for them, but a transition to a new form of life among the gods and stars. When a pharaoh, a divine king on earth, died, great care was taken to ensure his soul's safe ascension to the heavens. Inside the dark chambers of pyramids and rock-cut tombs, Priests painted ceilings deep blue and adorned them with thousands of golden five-pointed stars. Often they depicted Nut herself on the inside of coffin lids or across the ceiling, her naked star-covered body arching protectively over the deceased. In this way, the dead would lie forever under the comforting image of the sky goddess. One ancient prayer, written in hieroglyphs on a sarcophagus, calls out to Nut like a child to its mother. "O my mother Nut, stretch yourself over me, that I may be placed among the imperishable stars and never die." In those gentle words, whispered in darkness, we hear the Egyptian hope for eternal life. To be placed among the imperishable stars, the ones that never disappear, was to attain immortality. What were these imperishable stars the Egyptians spoke of? If you gaze toward the northern sky in Egypt, or indeed anywhere in the northern world, you notice some stars that never dip below the horizon. Night after night, they circle around the north celestial pole, never vanishing, never setting. The Egyptians called these the unwearying stars, or imperishables. They thought of the northern sky as a heavenly realm of eternity, a portal where a soul could enter the afterlife. In the time of the pyramids, over 4,000 years ago, two relatively bright stars, perpetually visible in the northern sky, were held especially sacred. And so the architects of the Great Pyramid of Giza aligned narrow shafts within that massive stone monument to point directly toward those undying stars. Through these channels, like tunnels of light, the pharaoh's soul was expected to soar. We can imagine a funeral at Giza. As the king's mummy is sealed in its chamber, the priests softly tell his spirit, "O Pharaoh, the doors to the sky are open for you. May you ascend to join the imperishable stars." In their mind's eye, the pharaoh's soul, now freed, climbs an invisible ladder of moonbeams up and out into the cool night air, greeted by Nut's outstretched arms and the twinkle of 1,000,000 welcoming stars. Egyptian mythology was rich with starry beings and cosmic connections. When they looked at the constellation we know as Orion, they saw the outline of Osiris, beloved god of death and resurrection. The 3 stars of Orion's belt and the bright stars around formed, to their imagination, the shape of a divine king lying among the stars. Osiris, according to their legends, had once ruled on earth and was slain by his brother, then resurrected by the love of his wife Isis. He became lord of the underworld, guiding souls. Now, as a constellation, Osiris shone in the sky, a reminder that life continues beyond the grave. Each time Orion's glittering form rose above the horizon in the winter months, Egyptians were reassured that Osiris watched over them from the stars, a promise that just as the crops would grow again after being cut down, so too would their spirits live on after death. Not far from Orion in the sky, another dazzling star commanded Egyptian devotion. Sopdet, known to later Greeks as Sothis, and to us as Sirius, the dog star. Sopdet was personified as a goddess, often linked to Isis or portrayed as a divine figure in her own right. Each year, in the heat of summer, there came a magical dawn when Sirius would rise at the horizon just before the sun, after having been invisible for many weeks. This event, the heliacal rising of Sirius, was eagerly awaited, for it signalled a profound blessing, the imminent flooding of the Nile. Imagine a clear pre-dawn in ancient Thebes. The eastern sky is growing light, and a priest stands atop a temple pylon, eyes fixed on the horizon. Suddenly, a tiny spark of bluish-white light appears. Sirius has risen. The priest's heart leaps. He raises his arms and cries out joyously to the city, and temple drums begin to beat. Sopdet has returned. The new year is here. The people wake to this announcement and rejoice, for they know the inundation will soon follow. Indeed, within days, the Nile River swells and spills life-giving water onto the farmlands, renewing the earth's fertility for another year. The Egyptians celebrated this time with gratitude and relief. They held festivals to honor the star goddess who heralded the flood, offering prayers and incense. In their calendar, the rising of Sirius marked the new year, the opening of the year, a moment of renewal granted by the heavens. Under the sky of Nut, every aspect of Egyptian life was intertwined with the cosmos. By day, the sun's journey told stories of courage and rebirth. By night, the stars spoke of protection, guidance, and eternity. The Egyptians cultivated a friendly familiarity with their starry neighbors. They gave names and identities to the lights above. The 5 visible planets, which wander against the backdrop of fixed stars, were seen as gods voyaging through the heavens. For instance, bright Venus was associated with Isis or Hathor, shining with beauty. Reddish Mars could be linked to Montu or Seth, bearing warlike energy. Jupiter, the kingly planet, might be Horus or Amun in his majesty. But it was the fixed stars and circumpolar stars that truly comforted them with a sense of order and everlastingness. In a world where the Nile could flood too much or too little, and dynasties could rise and fall, the stars above remained reassuringly constant each night. Picture a family in ancient Thebes sitting on the flat roof of their mud brick home on a balmy evening. Above them, The sky is a riot of stars. The father points out the soft glow of the Milky Way to his son and says, "See there, that is the great sky goddess Nut. Her body makes an arch across the sky, and every star you see is a jewel upon her skin." The child, eyes full of wonder, imagines the great mother goddess covering the world, sparkling and safe. Nearby, the mother hums a low lullaby about the soul's voyage to the sky. Perhaps she recites a line from the pyramid texts for her daughter. "Oh, my dear one, you will become a star in the sky of Nut. You will not die. You will live forever, shining among the unwearying stars." Over the rooftops, Orion, Osiris, rises, and Sirius, Sopdet, Isis, twinkles just above the horizon. The family smiles, knowing these two celestial lovers, Isis and Osiris, are together again in the sky, just as the Nile's waters renew the land. The child yawns, feeling safe under the gaze of so many friendly lights. When at last the family drifts to sleep, they do so believing that the same stars watching over them had watched over their ancestors and would watch over their descendants, linking them all in the tapestry of time. We can still marvel today at how closely the Egyptians aligned their lives and monuments with the cosmos. The great pyramids at Giza, for example, are precisely oriented to the cardinal directions, and it has often been noted that the three largest pyramids layout on the ground eerily mirrors the pattern of the three stars of Orion's belt in the sky. Whether by design or coincidence, this map of heaven on earth symbolizes the pharaoh's desire to connect their resting places with Osiris's constellation above. Temples, too, were often astronomically aligned, such that at certain times of year, the sun or a particular star would illuminate the sanctuary of a god deep within. All these stone tributes speak to an ancient devotion, a desire to live in harmony with the cosmos and to bring heaven and earth together. As we drift with them under those Egyptian skies, we feel a deep calm. Over us spreads the same canopy of lights that once awed Ramesses and Nefertiti. The Milky Way still arches across the night, and the star Sirius still rises each year, heralding the turn of seasons as reliably as ever. We can imagine a faint prayer to Nut carried on the desert breeze, a humble request to be watched over, to be granted a place among the undying stars when our days under the sun are done. The gentle mystery that the Egyptians sensed in the stars still touches us. It is a reminder that in the grand design of the cosmos, we too are part of something eternal, a single life connected to an endless sky. Now, as the night deepens further, our journey shifts once more, leaving the soft glow above the Nile. We travel eastward across mountains and plains to the ancient land of Persia. In those arid highlands and fertile oases, another people looked to the heavens with reverence and hope. The great arc of stars unites all humanity, and under the Persian sky we find new stories, this time of a radiant star that battles darkness to bring the blessings of rain to a thirsty earth. In the lands of ancient Persia, the night sky was regarded with deep awe and a sense of cosmic drama. Imagine a clear evening on the Iranian plateau. The air is cool and dry, and the silhouettes of rugged mountains stand dark against a sky brimming with stars. Here, far from any sea, farmers depend on capricious rains to water their fields. They gaze upward in hope and faith, believing that the heavens influence the fortunes of the earth. The Persian wise men, the Magi, tend sacred fires by night and study the sky's patterns for signs of divine will. To them, each star is a Yazata, a holy being emanating the light of Ahura Mazda, the Lord of Wisdom. And among all the stars, one shines the brightest and holds a special place in their hearts. We know it as Sirius, the dog star, the brightest star in the night. But to the Persians, it was Tishtria, the celestial guardian of life-giving waters. On a moonless summer night, Tishtria, called Tyr in Persian, meaning arrow, rises radiantly in the east, gleaming white and blue against the dark sky. It outshines every other star. Low on the horizon, it might flicker in many colours, blue, white, even hints of red, as the night air bends its light. To the Persian stargazers, it looks as if the star dances and pulses with eagerness. Men, women, and children gaze up at that sparkle and recall a cherished story passed down through generations. It is the tale of how Tishtria fought for the land's survival, a cosmic battle between the forces of fertility and the forces of drought. In this story, Tishtria is not just a distant son. He is a courageous divine hero. In the celestial realm, he takes the form of a splendid white horse with a flowing golden mane and tail, galloping across the sky with the speed of lightning. His opponent is the demon Apaosha, a fearsome spirit of drought and barrenness, envisioned as a hulking black horse with eyes like embers. When the world grows dry and desperate, these two cosmic horses meet in combat amidst the clouds and stars. See them now in your mind's eye. High above the parched earth, flickers of lightning and rumblings of thunder mark the clash of the celestial steeds. For a time, Apiosha's dark strength overwhelms the bright star horse. Tishtria struggles. His radiant form dims as the demon of drought presses him fiercely. Down below, streams and wells are failing. Crops wilt under a merciless sun, and humans and animals alike grow desperate with thirst. In villages and oasis towns, people notice the oppressive stillness of the air and the empty, cloudless skies. They know that Tishtria is locked in battle on their behalf, and so they begin to pray with all their hearts. During long dry spells, villagers would scan the empty heavens at dawn and dusk, murmuring, "When shall we see him rise, the bright star of rain? When will the springs gush forth again and the rivers swell once more?" Their words, filled with longing, drift into the hot, still air. They refuse to believe the waters will never come. In their hearts, they keep faith that Tishtria will not abandon them. Soon, the priests raise their voices too. In fire temples atop hills, Mobads, Zoroastrian priests, pour out libations of sacred water and chant the ancient Tir Yasht, the hymn to Tishtria. We honor Tishtria, the radiant and glorious star, who flies like an arrow across the heavens to the cosmic sea. The words carry on the wind, rising toward the vault of stars. In their cosmology, beyond the farthest mountains, lay the boundless cosmic ocean called Vurukasha, the wide sea of heaven from which all waters on earth are born. The people sing of Tishtria, flying toward that celestial sea, to gather its life-giving waters. They invoke him as the seed of the waters, health-bringing and shining afar. It is said that the devotion of the faithful bolsters Tishtria's strength. Ahura Mazda, the Supreme Lord, hearing the prayers, grants the star renewed vigor. Even the other forces of goodness lend support. The benevolent waters themselves and the sacred plants of the earth fortify Tishtria. The great solar deity, Mithra, guardian of truth, opens a path for him in the sky. The whole cosmos seems to rally behind the star of rain. Bolstered by these prayers and divine aid, Tishtria surges with new power. In a brilliant flash across the heavens, the white horse charges again at Apiosha. This time, Tishtria's hooves pound like celestial thunder, his neigh resounding through the clouds. The black demon horse is driven back, whinnying in fury as it loses ground. With one final mighty charge, Tishtria strikes Apiosha a devastating blow. The demon of drought collapses and flees into the shadows, vanishing to the far corners of the universe. The battle is won. The champion of the skies has prevailed at last. Far below, the victory is soon felt on the wind. A cool gust of air sweeps over the baked plains and rocky hills. For the first time in months, clouds gather on the horizon. Then comes the blessed rain. First a few heavy drops that raise puffs of dust, then a light patter on thirsty soil, and finally a drumming, jubilant downpour. Villagers come running from their houses, laughing and crying as they lift their faces to the sky. Children dance and splash in the forming puddles. Farmers lead their oxen out to feel the cooling shower. The rivers stir awake. Tiny streams in dry gullies swell into flowing ribbons of brown water. The aroma of wet earth, petrichor, rises like an offering of thanks. All the while, that brightest star, Tishtria, shines high above through gaps in the clouds, as if watching over the rejoicing world below. Everywhere, voices give thanks to the bringer of rain. Mothers hush their infants, whispering, "Hush now, little one, the star has brought the rain. Our fields will drink, and you will not go hungry." The land that was brown and brittle a week before begins to sprout green once more. Tender shoots push up through softened soil. Flowers that lay dormant spring open with colour. In the eyes of the people, this renewal is nothing short of a miracle wrought by their shining guardian in the sky. To honour the benevolent star, the Persians held joyful celebrations each year when the critical rains arrived. During the month of Tyr, which corresponds to early summer and is named after the star, Tyr, Tishtria, they celebrated a festival called Tirgan. Families would splash each other with cool water from streams and wells as a playful act of gratitude for the precious gift of rain. Children floated little wooden boats or paper boats down rivers, symbolizing wishes sent to the deity of the star. Special sweet dishes were prepared, and colourful threads known as turgan bands might be tied around wrists as tokens of thanks and hope. It was a time of merriment and relief. Poets composed odes praising the rain-bringing star, calling him the harbinger of fortune and life-restoring. The festival of Tirgan celebrated both water and the triumph of light over drought, a reminder of Tishtria's victory and the mercy of Ahura Mazda. Around evening campfires, elders recounted the epic battle in lively detail. They reminded everyone that even when times are dry and desperate, one must keep faith. For just as Tishtria needed the people's prayers to gain strength, the people needed Tishtria's courage and perseverance to survive. It was a sacred pact between earth and sky, each upholding the other. The moral was clear: never lose hope, because the tide can turn as swiftly as an arrow shot through the heavens. The Persian night is filled with many other stars and stories as well. They divided the sky into constellations inherited from older Mesopotamian traditions and added their own interpretations. But unlike some cultures that read only fate in the stars, the Zoroastrian Persians saw a grand moral tapestry above. They believed the universe was a battleground between Asher, truth, order, and Druj, lie, chaos. Every star could be an angelic being working to keep evil at bay. The vault of night was at once a battlefield of light versus darkness, and a serene garden of divine order. To a Persian sage, when the planets wandered, it was not aimless. It was as if they were officers of the sky, carrying messages and maintaining cosmic harmony. And the fixed stars, in their immense and seemingly eternal glitter, gave a sense of the infinite wisdom of Ahura Mazda spread across the sky like a robe of jewels. Under such a worldview, lying on one's back in the grass of a Persian steppe on a cool night, a person might feel both humbled and protected. Humbled by the vastness of the stars and the knowledge that even gods struggle to maintain goodness in the world. Protected because those very stars, like kindly Tishtria, were vigilant guardians, ensuring that evil and drought would not reign unchecked. Each twinkling light was a promise that the Creator had stationed helpers in every corner of the night to watch over creation. We can imagine a young Persian child in a small village, listening with wide eyes as her grandfather tells the story of the star of rain. Outside, the night is clear and calm after a much-needed shower earlier that day. The child peeks up to find the shimmering dot of Tishtria among the stars, perhaps still low in the sky and flickering with a bluish tint. By the glow of the hearth fire, the old man's voice paints the scene of the white horse and the black horse battling in the heavens, of thunder and prayers and triumphant rain. The child yawns and leans against her mother's shoulder, sleepy but comforted. In the morning, the fields will be greener and the wells a little fuller. The bright star is watching over them. The rains will come when truly needed, and all will be well. With that assurance, the child drifts into dreams where white horses gallop on clouds and an endless gentle rain nurtures the flowers at her feet. Even now, on summer nights, when Sirius, the star of Tishtria, sparkles on the horizon, one might recall the old Persian prayer, "May the rains fall in abundance, may Tishtria victorious drive out all drought." Though empires have risen and fallen in Persia, and the predominant faith has changed, the stars remain as timeless sentinels. The story of Sirius and the rain still whispers through time, reminding us of the delicate balance between the heavens and the earth. In the shimmer of that distant sun, we see the reflection of human hopes for relief, mercy, and the triumph of life over death. As the scent of rain on dust fades and the clouds part to reveal the gleaming canopy of stars, once more we journey onward. We leave behind the Iranian hills and deserts, carrying with us the image of a noble white horse galloping through the night sky. Our path now leads further east to the Indian subcontinent, where another star, one that stands forever still in the northern heavens, inspired a legend of unwavering devotion and divine reward. In India, the ancient sky holds a star of singular significance, a star that does not drift like the others, but instead remains nearly fixed in the north, night after night. On clear evenings, if you face north and look carefully, you can find this modest yet steadfast point of light. Today we call it the pole star or North Star. In many Indian languages, it is known as Dhruva Tara, Dhruva's star, for the story of how this star came to shine is the story of a boy named Dhruva, whose devotion was so pure it earned him a place among the immortals. They say that long ago, in an age of kings and sages, there lived a young prince named Dhruva. He was just 5 years old, with inquisitive, shining eyes. Though a prince by birth, Dhruva's heart was heavy with sorrow. His father, King Uttanapada, had 2 wives. Dhruva's mother was gentle and kind, but not the king's favourite. The king's second wife, surly and proud, held more power in the household. She desired her own son to inherit the throne, and she regarded little Dhruva as an obstacle. One day, seeing Dhruva attempting to climb into his father's lap to seek affection, the stepmother Suruchi scolded him sharply. "How dare you presume?" she spat. "It is not your turn, child. If you want the king's love or a place on his lap, you should have been born from my womb, not your mother's. As it is, you have no right here. If you wish for a kingdom, go pray to God to be born again through me." Such cruel words could have withered even a grown man's spirit, and Dhruva was just a small boy. Hurt and bewildered, Dhruva ran to find his mother, Queen Suniti. Suniti embraced her weeping child. She had witnessed the insult, but was powerless against the king's favourite. Through her own tears, Suniti gave Dhruva counsel that would change his destiny. "My son," she said softly, "your stepmother's words were harsh, but in them lies a kernel of truth. We have been wronged, but I have no worldly means to secure your place. Only the divine can help you now. If you seek an unshakable love and a position no one can take away, seek it from Lord Vishnu, the Preserver. His grace is the highest refuge. Go, pray, and meditate on Vishnu. He alone can comfort you and grant you what you desire." Dhruva dried his eyes. In his heart, a determination took root, far beyond his years. Despite being so young, he decided he would do exactly as his mother advised. He would leave the palace and venture into the wilderness to seek Lord Vishnu and earn his blessing. Early one dawn, while the city still slept, Dhruva quietly slipped away. One imagines this small figure walking along a dusty road, clad in a simple cloth, leaving behind the luxury and injustice of royal life. He headed toward the deep forest, guided by an inner resolve as bright as the morning star that still glimmered in the sky. The forest can be a frightening place, especially for a child. Tall trees loomed overhead. Their dense canopy made the daylight dim and green. Strange sounds echoed: the distant roar of a tiger, the chatter of monkeys, the hiss of unseen snakes slithering in the undergrowth. Yet Dhruva pressed on, unafraid. His mind was fixed on a single thought: I will find Vishnu. I will pray until he sees me. According to legend, the divine sage Narada observed Dhruva's brave quest and appeared to test the boy's resolve. Narada playfully tried to dissuade him. "Little one, the forest is full of dangers, wild beasts and evil spirits. You are just a child. Go back home. Why endure hardship at your age? Perhaps you can pray when you're older." But Dhruva's eyes shone with an otherworldly determination. He replied, "O sage, I have left my home seeking the Lord of the universe. I will not turn back until I find him. I may be small, but my desire is big." Narada, impressed and moved, decided to guide him instead. The sage taught Dhruva sacred mantras and how to meditate on Vishnu's sacred name. Blessing the boy, Narada vanished, leaving Dhruva to begin his penance in earnest. In a peaceful clearing beside a quiet stream, Dhruva sat down under a towering fig tree, peepal tree. Night fell, and the sky unveiled its multitude of stars. Dhruva gazed up at them. Among the sparkling host, he noticed one faint star directly to the north that seemed motionless, while all others slowly wheeled around it. Taking this as a sign of something steadfast, Dhruva fixed his attention on that point and then closed his eyes. He began to repeat the name of Vishnu in his mind, over and over, like a soft drumbeat. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. I bow to Vishnu, the indwelling divinity. Thus began a tapasya, a period of intense meditation and asceticism that would become legendary. Days passed, then weeks, then months. Dhruva remained in the forest, utterly devoted to his practice. At first he sustained himself on wild berries and cool water from the stream. As his concentration deepened, he needed even less. The law says that by the second month, Dhruva ate only leaves and fruit every few days. By the third month, he drank only water. By the fourth month, he subsisted on nothing at all, letting the energy of the universe nourish him. Eventually, Dhruva stood on one leg, eyes closed in complete absorption, steady as a statue under the open sky. He was so motionless that the deer and rabbits grew unafraid and gathered around him calmly. Birds alighted on his shoulders as if he were a tree. Even a tiger, prowling nearby, sensed the sanctity of the boy and slunk away quietly. The forest, usually brimming with noise, became still and silent, as though paying respects. Dhruva's mind shone like a beacon of unwavering faith, reaching up to the very heavens. Such was the power of Dhruva's penance that it began to affect all of nature. The wind held its breath. The sun and moon seemed to pause. It is said that Lord Vishnu himself, seated in Vaikuntha, the highest heaven, felt the intensity of Dhruva's devotion. Vishnu sensed an immense spiritual light rising from the direction of earth, the soul force of a tiny boy shining bright and clear. The great preserver of the universe closed his eyes and saw Dhruva in the forest, radiating devotion like a miniature sun. The balance of the cosmos itself was tilting toward that point of light. Moved beyond measure, Vishnu decided that he could no longer remain hidden. One quiet evening, just after sunset, Dhruva stood in meditative trance on one foot, his thin body straight as an arrow, his mind utterly merged in the thought of Vishnu. Suddenly, a dazzling golden radiance lit up the clearing. Dhruva felt warmth on his closed eyelids and opened them, thinking perhaps the sun had risen again. But it was neither sun nor moon. Before him stood a beautiful, four-armed figure, dark blue in complexion, clad in silk and adorned with garlands and gems. In one hand, the figure held a conch, in another, a discus, in the third, a mace, and the fourth was raised in a gesture of blessing. It was Vishnu, the Lord, who had manifested before Dhruva in gentle splendor. His face bore the softest smile, and his eyes shone with infinite love and pride as he gazed at the little boy who had sought him so sincerely. Dhruva was overwhelmed. This was the moment he had dreamed of. Yet in Vishnu's luminous presence, the boy was struck speechless and awestruck. He tried to bow, but Vishnu stepped forward and caught the boy in his arms, preventing him from prostrating. The Lord's touch was as cool and soothing as sandalwood paste. Vishnu then placed his divine conch shell against Dhruva's lips. The vibration of the conch infused the child with wisdom and the ability to speak his heart. With tears flowing, Dhruva managed to praise Vishnu with a beautiful, spontaneous hymn, thanking the Lord for appearing and confessing that in seeking worldly love, he found divine love, which was far greater. Vishnu wiped the boy's tears and spoke in a voice sweet as a flute. Dear Dhruva, I know your desires, and I am here to grant you a boon. Your single-minded devotion has moved the cosmos and delighted my soul. Ask of me anything, I shall make it so. Dhruva, now steady and serene in Vishnu's glowing presence, bowed his head. Lord, he said softly, first I sought my father's affection and a place on his lap. But in searching for you, I have realized that what I truly want is a place at your feet, to never be separated from your love. Please grant that I remain in your remembrance forever, and that my life shall have meaning in your service. Vishnu's eyes sparkled with joy at the pure request. O Dhruva, he said, your wish is truly noble and rare. Not only will you find my eternal love, you shall become an eternal beacon yourself. I shall grant you a position in the heavens that is fixed and immovable, above all others, a place from which you will never fall. You will be the steadfast star at the celestial north, the pivot of the sky. All the stars, even the 7 great sages, will forever circle around you in honor. You will guide navigators and bless all who look up to you, and you shall remain in my memory for all time. In that moment, Vishnu gently placed his hand on Dhruva's head in blessing. Dhruva felt a wave of bliss and peace beyond description wash over him. The golden vision of Vishnu smiled one last time and slowly faded into the evening air, leaving the scent of lotus flowers and a soft echo of divine music. Dhruva opened his eyes. The clearing was dim again, fireflies beginning to twinkle under the trees. High above, the stars had begun to appear, and there, directly in the north, glinted that faint yet steady star that had been Dhruva's companion throughout his penance. In time, Dhruva returned from the forest, transformed in body and soul. When he re-entered the kingdom, the people were astonished by the aura of serenity and strength emanating from this child. King Uttanapada, who had been grieving ever since his son disappeared, rushed to meet him. Dhruva's stepmother, humbled by guilt and perhaps awe, watched silently. The king lifted Dhruva onto his lap at last, tears of remorse and love mingling on his cheeks. He begged Dhruva's forgiveness for the mistreatment and acknowledged the boy's spiritual greatness. Not long after, Dhruva, though only a child, was given his due honours. As he grew, he was even entrusted with the throne, and he ruled as a wise and just king for many years. His once cruel stepmother and stepbrother coming to respect and love him dearly. But through all the honours and duties of earthly life, Dhruva never forgot Vishnu's promise. He ruled without attachment, and when he felt his time on earth was complete, he willingly abdicated the throne to his younger brother and withdrew into meditation once more. At the appointed moment, the heavens opened, and a brilliant celestial chariot descended to take Dhruva. The whole royal court witnessed this marvel as Dhruva, shining with divine light, left his body and rose upward. He ascended far beyond the clouds, beyond the abode of ordinary gods, to the very top of the heavenly vault. There, true to Vishnu's word, Dhruva was placed as the pole star, fixed and eternal. The stars of the Little Bear and Great Bear constellations, which Indians call the Seven Sages, Saptarishi, and their attendants, began to circle reverently around Dhruva's new star, as if paying homage to a soul of extraordinary steadiness. The cosmos itself seemed to rejoice to have such a faithful devotee at its axis. From that day forth, the pole star is called Dhruva, the immovable. On clear nights in India, families would point toward that steadfast dot and tell their children the tale of the boy who became a star. The story spread far and wide through the generations. To be Dhruva, in Sanskrit, the word came to mean fixed, constant, was the highest compliment, evoking the image of the little prince who stood firm in his faith. Travellers and caravan merchants at night, finding their way by the unmoving North Star, would perhaps whisper a word of gratitude to Dhruva for guiding their path. Sailors navigating the high seas learned to seek Dhruva Tara in the northern sky to orient their ships. And spiritually, countless people have drawn inspiration from Dhruva's single-minded devotion. Parents would encourage unruly children with the moral, "Be steadfast like Dhruva, and you will reach your goals." In some Hindu marriage rituals, bride and groom are brought outside to spot the pole star and bless their union with its symbolic permanence, a wish that their love remain as constant as Dhruva's light. Even Indian mythology itself recognizes Dhruva's legendary status. In later ages, when people recounted the creation of the world, they spoke of Mount Meru, the cosmic mountain at the center of the universe, around which the stars revolve. And who sits at the very summit of Meru, holding the world axis? Dhruva, the child immortal, shining as the polar star. Around him wheel the 7 sage stars of Ursa Major, forever keeping him company in the sky's grand procession. Under the Indian night sky, perfumed by night-blooming jasmine and filled with the chorus of crickets, countless eyes have lifted to find Dhruva's gentle glimmer. In that humble point of light, they see the triumph of a child's pure love and determination. They see a cosmic promise that some things, truth, devotion, the soul's bond with the divine, never waver. Dhruva's story offers the comforting assurance that the universe rewards the earnest heart. To this day, if you find the North Star on a clear night and know the tale, you might feel a spark of Dhruva's devotion still illuminating the pole of the heavens, guiding travellers and dreamers alike. As our view drifts away from the fixed star of the north, we follow the sweep of the Milky Way eastward to the distant realm of China. Here, under a canopy of summer stars, the night is illuminated by another kind of celestial tale. It is a story of love and longing, of 2 stars separated by the silvery river of the Milky Way, allowed to meet only once each year. From a legend of devotion, we move to a legend of devotion's tender cousin, love. We arrive at the tale of the weaver girl and the cowherd, a romance written in the stars. In China, on warm summer nights, when the Milky Way slants bright and clear across the sky, people have long told the tale of love among the stars. The Chinese name for the Milky Way is Yin He, the Silver River, and it flows luminously through the heavens, dividing the sky into 2 banks. On one side of this glimmering river shines a brilliant white star. We know it as Vega, but Chinese folklore calls it Jinu, the weaving maiden. Directly across the celestial river twinkles another star, Altair, which they call Niulang, the cowherd. These 2 stars, separated by the misty river of light, are not mere points to the Chinese mind. They are lovers, tragically kept apart. Their story, often simply titled The Cowherd and the Weaver Girl, Niu Lang Zhe Nu, has been cherished for at least 2.5 millennia and is still celebrated every year during the Qixi festival, sometimes known as the Chinese Valentine's Day. They say that Jinu, the Weaver Girl, was the youngest daughter of the august Queen Mother of Heaven, in some versions the daughter of the Jade Emperor himself. Jinu's duty in heaven was important and unending. She wove the very fabric of the sky. Each day, seated at her celestial loom, she skillfully wove clouds, sunsets, and the tapestries of stars. It was she who fashioned the gentle pink glow of dawn and the pearly gauze of twilight. But Jinu, for all her talent, was lonely. Imagine her in the celestial palace, day after day feeding shimmering threads into her loom, creating beautiful patterns, yet feeling empty inside. She watched the mortal world below, where people laughed, sang, and loved one another in ways simple but profound. In her heart, the heavenly maiden yearned to experience that kind of love and companionship, something her immortal life had never given her. The Queen Mother of Heaven, however, kept Jinu busily at work, perhaps wary of such yearnings. Nonetheless, as fate would have it, Jinu's path was about to cross with someone who would change her life. Down on earth lived Niu Lang, a humble cowherd. Niu Lang was a kind-hearted, hard-working young man. Orphaned and mistreated by a brother's family, Niu Lang's only friend was an old ox that he cared for tenderly. He would often talk to this ox while ploughing the fields or resting under a tree, sharing his thoughts aloud to ease his loneliness. Unknown to Niu Lang, this was no ordinary animal. In some tellings, the ox was actually a former celestial being, perhaps the star of Taurus or a cattle god, banished to earth, or simply a magical creature with great empathy for its master. One day, the old ox spoke, for in fairy tales and myths, such things are possible. Niu Lang, it said gently, your days of loneliness are nearly over. Go to the stream that lies beyond that hillock, for there the heavenly weaving maidens come to bathe. You will find your destiny among them. Niu Lang was astonished to hear his ox talk, but he sensed truth in the words. Following the ox's guidance, Niu Lang walked to the hidden stream at the edge of the forest. It was twilight. The first stars were peeping out. As Niu Lang hid quietly behind reeds, he saw a wondrous sight. 7 graceful maidens in silken robes descended from the sky on a floating cloud. They laughed merrily as they gathered by the water. These were the 7 daughters of the Jade Emperor, come down from heaven to enjoy a carefree bath in the clear stream. Niu Lang's eyes were drawn to the youngest and loveliest of the sisters. It was Jinu, though Niu Lang did not know her name. With a mix of nervousness and resolve, Niu Lang revealed himself. The startled maidens grabbed their robes. 6 of the sisters quickly flew back up on their cloud, alarmed that a mortal had seen them. But the youngest, Jinu, paused. Perhaps there was something about Niu Lang's gentle face, or the purity in his voice when he apologized for startling them. Instead of fleeing, Jinu grew curious. Here was a handsome young man, solid and earnest, very different from the aloof courtiers of heaven. She stepped forward shyly to speak with him. Under the soft light of early stars, Niu Lang and Jinu spoke as the silver-blue dusk settled around them. Niulang humbly offered her a simple wildflower he had plucked on the way, and Jinu, smiling, accepted it. Their conversation flowed easily, as though they had always known each other. Jinu felt a warmth in her heart that she had never felt in the celestial palace. Niulang felt as if in one moment his life had been given meaning. When it came time for Jinu to depart, she found that she did not want to leave this kind cowherd. And Niulang could not bear to see her vanish into the sky. So with a bold heart, Niulang asked Jinu to stay and be his wife. It was unthinkable. A heavenly princess living on earth with a mortal. And yet Jinu, at that moment, realized this was the life she longed for. She consented. Defying the conventions of heaven, Jinu removed her shimmering celestial robe, which was the garment that allowed her to travel back, and chose to remain on earth with Niulang. The two returned to Niulang's cottage, the old ox trailing happily behind. Soon, Niulang and Jinu were married in a humble, joyful ceremony under the wide blue sky. The villagers, not knowing her divine origin, welcomed the gentle new bride into their community. For a time, Niulang and Jinu lived in perfect happiness. They rose with the sun and worked side by side in the fields, Niulang ploughing and tending the crops, Jinu planting vegetables and feeding the chickens. Jinu found delight in the simple tasks of a farmer's wife. She cooked fragrant meals, her laughter ringing through the once lonely home. She mended Niulang's robes and even wove cloth on a small earthly loom, perhaps singing old celestial weaving songs as she did. In the evenings after supper, the two would sit beneath the thatched porch, watching the stars appear. Jinu would quietly point out familiar constellations to Niulang. "There is the herdsman." She would smile at that and take his hand. "And there the ladle and the weaving maiden. That was me, up there." Though Niulang could hardly imagine anyone so kind and alive being just a star in the sky. In time, Jinu and Niulang had 2 children, a son and a daughter, who became their pride and joy. The little family was poor in material things, but rich in love. Jinu rarely thought of her former life. Perhaps now and then, on a clear day, she would notice the clouds drifting unattended, or the sky's colours a bit plain, and a pang of guilt or nostalgia would arise. But holding her babies in her arms, or seeing Niulang return from the fields with a broad smile, banished those thoughts. She had traded eternity for a brief life of love, and to her it was worth it. However, the heavens had taken note of her absence. As seasons passed, the Jade Emperor's court grew concerned. The sunsets weren't as lustrous. The celestial weaving loom had fallen silent. Eventually, the Queen Mother of Heaven discovered Jinu's transgression. Her beloved youngest daughter had abandoned her divine post and married a mortal. The Queen Mother's fury shook the palaces of heaven. How dare a daughter of heaven defy the laws of the universe for a mere human? This could not stand. One bright morning, as Niulang and Jinu were playing with their children outside, they felt the air tremble. The old ox in the pasture raised its head and grunted in fear. From the sky descended the Queen Mother herself, radiant and terrible. Her robe was embroidered with phoenixes, and her hair adorned with jade pins. Her face, though beautiful, was hard with anger. With her came a host of celestial soldiers. Jinu knew immediately what was happening. She clutched her children and begged her mother for mercy, tears welling in her eyes. Niulang stepped in front of his family, trembling but determined to protect them. The Queen Mother would not listen. She swept out an arm, and a great wind pulled Jinu upward. Niulang! Jinu cried out, reaching toward him as an invisible force lifted her into the sky. Jinu! Niulang shouted as he felt her fingers slip away from his. The children began to wail in panic, tiny arms outstretched toward their rising mother. Jinu's scarf fluttered to the ground, even as she disappeared into the cloud gate of heaven with the Queen Mother. In moments, she was gone from sight. A stunned silence fell over the farmstead. Niulang collapsed to his knees, holding his sobbing son and daughter. His wife, the love of his life, had been taken from him in an instant. It felt like a terrible dream. Then Niulang heard a weak, familiar lowing sound. The faithful old ox, who had been watching sorrowfully, approached Niulang. In that moment, the ox did a wondrous thing. It spoke one last time. "Master," it said in a gentle human voice, "I have served you as best I could. Now, I can do one final thing to help. When I die, take my hide and fashion it into a cloak. It will have the power to carry you into the heavens. It is the only way you can reunite with your dear wife." Having said this, the ox lay down. A soft glow enveloped its body, and its life force quietly faded, as though the creature willed itself into a peaceful death, gifting its essence to its friend. Niulang was heartbroken to lose his old companion on top of everything, but he understood what had to be done. With reverence, Niulang carefully took the ox's hide as instructed. Placing the hide around his shoulders like a magical cloak, he lifted his 2 small children into 2 wicker baskets and secured them to the ends of a strong carrying pole. Slinging the pole across his shoulders, the children now dangling at either side, Niulang donned the ox hide. Immediately, the hide began to shimmer with celestial energy. Niulang's feet left the ground. He rose into the air, slowly at first, then faster, carrying his children with him, pursuing the path to heaven that his wife had been forced to take. One can picture the astonishing sight. A mortal man, determined and fearless, flying upward through the clouds, his 2 children in baskets clinging to the pole he carries, and the hide of a sacred ox fluttering around him like a winged cape. Niu Lang's eyes were fixed on the heavens. He could faintly discern Jinu ahead, being borne away by the Queen Mother's retinue of clouds. He urged the magical hide to go faster. Fueled by love, Niu Lang and the children ascended, drawing closer to Jinu's captors. Jinu, looking back through her tears, saw Niu Lang and the children coming. Her heart swelled with both joy and fear. They were so close. If only they could reach out and grasp each other's hands, she thought. They could be together no matter what heaven said. The Queen Mother, glancing behind, saw the pursuing cowherd defying the very laws of nature to follow his wife. Her wrath burned anew. Realizing that Niu Lang was about to catch up, the Queen Mother decided on a swift and permanent punishment. With a flourish, she pulled a shimmering hairpin from her hair, a long, elegant pin inlaid with silver. In one sweeping motion, she slashed it across the sky, leaving a blazing trail. In that instant, as if the fabric of the cosmos had been torn open, an immense river of stars poured forth. It was the Milky Way, suddenly broadened and brightened, flowing like a celestial moat between Niu Lang and Jinu. In an instant, Niu Lang found himself on one side of a wide, impassable river of light, and Jinu was on the other. The Queen Mother and her entourage vanished beyond the palace of heaven, leaving Jinu on the far bank of the newly formed heavenly river. Niu Lang struggled to go forward, but the river of stars was a churning torrent of millions of suns, utterly uncrossable for a mortal. He had no choice but to descend gently onto the starry bank on his side. Jinu, freed from the Queen Mother's grasp, but now stranded on the opposite side, ran to the edge of the glittering river. The 2 lovers could see each other across the luminous divide, but they could not touch. Niu Lang called out Jinu's name. His voice echoed painfully in the vastness between them. Jinu answered with sobs, her arms reaching across the shimmering water of stars. But in vain. Niu Lang's little son and daughter also cried out for their mother, their voices tiny and lost in the great sky. Thus, the merciless Queen Mother ensured that her daughter would not break the rules of heaven again. Jinu was to remain a star maiden on one side of the Milky Way, and Niu Lang with the children would remain on the other, back in the mortal realm. Some versions say Niu Lang was forced to return to Earth with the children. Others say he and the children became stars. The star Altair and its two faint companion stars, often visible beside it, are in Chinese lore the cowherd and the two children. In either case, from that day on, Niulang and Jinu would gaze across the heavenly river at each other, with an impassable distance between them. Their hearts, however, stayed bound by love. Jinu resumed her weaving in heaven, but her once joyful songs turned into quiet, mournful melodies. The sky's fabrics she wove took on hues of grey and pale blue, the colours of longing. Niulang returned to his farm, or dwelled as a star with his children, raising their son and daughter with all the love he could give. Yet every night he would step outside and look up to find Vega shining down, wondering if Jinu was healthy and thinking of him at that same moment. Across the silver cosmic river, Jinu looked for Altair's gentle light and whispered prayers for Niulang and the children. The two could not speak, but some say that when the world was silent at midnight, their hearts communicated across the starry expanse. The gods of heaven, even the stern Queen Mother, could not help but feel some compassion for the separated family, and so, moved by either pity or a sense of justice, the celestial authorities decreed that once each year, on the 7th night of the 7th lunar month, Niulang and Jinu would be allowed to meet for a single day. But how to cross the great Milky Way that now divided them? Here, help came from an unexpected quarter. The birds of the earth, especially the magpies. Magpies are symbols of happiness in Chinese folklore, and these intelligent birds took it upon themselves to ensure the heavenly lovers could reunite. Every year on the appointed evening, flocks of magpies fly up from all corners of the world, forming a vast living bridge across the Silver River. Thousands of beating black and white wings span the sky, creating an arching pathway. And across this bridge of birds, with stars glinting between their feathers, Niulang and Jinu walk toward each other and finally embrace. For that one glorious summer night, the two are together again. The children laugh and play at their parents' feet, the family whole and joyous. The stars seem to dance with a special brilliance as the lovers pour a year's worth of love and tenderness into those precious hours. People on earth say that on this night, the Chishi night, when Vega and Altair shine directly facing each other, the sky is unusually clear and the stars extra close, as if all of nature is conspiring to make the reunion as beautiful as possible. It is a warm night in late summer. Young couples go outside to gaze at the sky, knowing that Niulang and Jinu are together at that very moment, inspiring earthly love in turn. Some maidens set out bowls of water under the sky, and legend has it that you can see the stars reflecting in the water as if they were peering down, and you might even hear faint whispers, the murmured words of the cowherd and the weaver, catching up on each other's lives. Of course, the dawn must come. As the first light of the sun tinges the eastern sky, the magpie bridge breaks apart. The birds must return to their earthly roosts. Niu Lang gently places his sleeping children back into their baskets, and Jinu and he share one last, longing look. They promise each other that the coming year will fly by, and they will meet again next 7th moon. With heavy hearts, but immense gratitude for their time together, they part. Niu Lang carries the children back across the dissolving bridge of magpies to his side of the river. Jinu watches until she can no longer see him, then returns to her loom, a single tear sparkling on her cheek like a tiny star. When the people of China awaken the next morning, they often find that the weather is a bit unusual. If by chance raindrops fall from the clear blue sky on the morning after Qixi, it is said those are the tears of Niu Lang and Jinu, tears of joy for having met, and of sadness for having to part so soon. Compassionate folk will look up and quietly urge the lovers to be strong until next year, and perhaps they'll whisper a thank you to the magpies that made the reunion possible. The story of the weaver girl and the cowherd became deeply woven into Chinese culture. For centuries, each 7th lunar month's 7th night has been a time for celebration and reflection on love. In old times, young women would display their finest needlework and gaze at Vega, praying for skills in weaving and sewing, as well as for a good marriage. Young men would look at Altair and hope for heartfelt devotion and a happy family. Even today, in a modern form, couples exchange gifts and look at the night sky on Qixi, keeping alive the memory of these star-crossed lovers. One of the oldest known references to this tale comes from over 2,600 years ago in China's classic of poetry. A poem describes the shimmering Milky Way in the sky and notes how it separates the weaving maiden and the cowherd. The poet imagines the weaver girl all day at her loom, yet unable to finish her work, and the cowherd longing to carry his chores across the river, but unable to reach. These ancient lines show that even in antiquity, people looked up at Vega and Altair with a sense of a poignant story above. Across eras, through the Han and Tang dynasties, through songs, operas, and festival customs, the love of Niu Lang and Jinu has remained a beloved metaphor for devoted love overcoming impossible odds. Now, under the same Chinese sky, we let the tale come to rest. It is late. The silver river of stars flows quietly overhead. Vega and Altair sparkle like two distant diamonds, patiently awaiting their next reunion. The world below is hushed. Perhaps somewhere a magpie chirrs softly in its sleep, dreaming of that special night when its kind fulfills a glorious purpose. As we conclude this first part of our journey through cosmic mythology, a profound peace envelopes us. The stars above seem to hum with the collective echo of all these stories we have heard. The roar of the Mesopotamian bull of heaven, the lullaby of the Egyptian sky goddess, the thunder of the Persian rain stars' charge, the mantra of the Indian boy who became a star, and the whispered vows of the Chinese celestial lovers. Each myth is like a constellation in humanity's sky of imagination, a cluster of bright points connected by the lines of story into meaningful shapes. By their gentle light, our ancestors found guidance, comfort, and wonder. We too feel connected to those ancient people as we lie under the same sky. The night invites us to drift into dreams, carrying these ageless tales with us. The cosmic myths of the ancients continue to twinkle in our modern imagination, reassuring us that we are not alone beneath the infinite heavens. We share it with heroes and lovers of old, whose spirits shine on in starry forms. Our journey under ancient skies will continue, for there are countless stars above, and many more legends to explore in the cosmic tapestry. But for now, we rest at a gentle pause. We let the soft glow of the stars and the murmur of these legends lull us. Heart and mind open, we breathe in the night's serenity, feeling as if the heavens themselves are telling us a bedtime story. In this peaceful moment, we are children of the universe, safe and enchanted under the watch of the eternal stars, the same stars that guided Gilgamesh, that Nut stretched across to protect her pharaohs, that answered the Persians' prayers, that immortalized Dhruva's devotion, and that witnessed the tender reunion of the weaver girl and the cowherd. Under ancient skies, we close our eyes, knowing the tales will continue as long as the stars endure. The celestial lights above sparkle softly, as if bidding us good night and sweet dreams, until we awaken to continue our starry journey in the next chapter of this cosmic adventure. Our voyage resumes beneath the clear Mediterranean sky, where the ancient Greeks gazed upward and saw not just points of light, but familiar faces and legendary deeds shining above. Every glittering constellation became a storybook written across the night. In those stars lived the echoes of heroes, mortals, and demigods whose adventures earned them a place among the heavens. The Greeks found comfort and meaning in this celestial theatre. As they traced outlines from star to star, they recognized beloved myths shimmering back down at them. One of the most celebrated of these stellar heroes is Orion, the mighty hunter. His constellation dominates the winter sky with a distinctive belt of 3 stars. According to Greek legend, Orion was a giant, boastful of his skill. He declared that no wild beast on earth could escape his prowess. Such pride angered Gaia, the earth goddess, who sent forth a monstrous scorpion to punish him. Orion battled the scorpion fiercely, but its hide was impenetrable, and his weapons could not strike it down. Growing desperate and wounded, Orion fled and leapt into the sea to escape the creature's deadly sting. The gods, however, were not finished with Orion's fate. From the shores, Apollo, the sun god, spied Orion's form swimming far off in the water, a mere black speck against the waves. Apollo slyly challenged his twin sister Artemis, goddess of the moon and the hunt, to hit that distant target with an arrow. Artemis, famed for her unerring aim, did not know the target was her dear friend Orion. Taking Apollo's dare, and believing she was felling a dangerous villain, she loosed an arrow across the water. Her shot was perfect. When Artemis waded out to retrieve the target, to her horror, she found Orion's lifeless body. Distraught, Artemis begged the gods to restore Orion to life, but they refused. In her sorrow, the moon goddess took it upon herself to memorialize her companion. Gently, Artemis carried Orion's image up to the night sky and set it among the stars. There he would shine forever, safely beyond the scorpion's reach. To this day, Orion still hunts in the heavens. We see him on crisp winter nights, his starry figure outlined with a raised arm holding a club or bow, and his belt of 3 bright stars gleaming. Trailing faithfully behind Orion are his 2 loyal hunting dogs, represented by the constellations Canis Major and Canis Minor. Ancient tales say that even as Orion and the Scorpion both inhabit the sky, they stay apart. The constellation Scorpius rises only as Orion sets, eternally chasing but never catching the hunter across the dome of night. Not far from Orion's stars, another heroic saga unfolds in the sky. The story of Perseus. Perseus was a demigod, the son of Zeus, Jupiter to the Romans, and the mortal princess Danae. His greatest feat was defeating Medusa, the Gorgon, a fearsome monster with living snakes for hair and a gaze that could turn any onlooker to stone. The legend tells that Perseus could not have accomplished this alone. he received gifts from the gods to aid him on his quest. Hades, Pluto, lent Perseus a magical helm that rendered him invisible. Athena, Minerva, gave a gleaming shield, polished like a mirror. And Hermes, Mercury, provided winged sandals to fly. Armed with these, Perseus dared to approach the lair of Medusa, using Athena's reflective shield to watch the Gorgon indirectly. Perseus crept closer without meeting the monster's deadly eyes. In one swift, brave motion, he swung his sword and beheaded Medusa, all while avoiding her petrifying gaze by looking only at her reflection. As Perseus flew home, carrying Medusa's severed head, a few drops of the Gorgon's blood fell from the sky onto the Libyan desert below. The Greeks said those drops transformed into venomous snakes upon hitting the sand, explaining why that desert teemed with serpents. Perseus's journey home was long and eventful. At one point, he stopped in the far west at the realm of the Titan Atlas, seeking rest. Atlas, fearing a prophecy and distrustful of strangers, tried to refuse him hospitality. In response, Perseus revealed Medusa's terrible head. Even in death, the Gorgon's gaze retained its power. Atlas was instantly turned into a great mountain of stone, doomed to forever hold up the sky. Thus, the Atlas Mountains in the west were said to be the petrified Titan himself. Continuing his travels, Perseus came upon a heartbreaking sight along the coast of Ethiopia. There, chained to the rocks at the sea's edge, was a beautiful young woman, Andromeda, left as a sacrifice to a ravenous sea monster. Her mother, Queen Cassiopeia, had unwittingly provoked this tragedy by boasting that Andromeda's beauty surpassed that of the sea nymphs, angering Poseidon. As punishment, the sea god sent a giant sea serpent, Cetus, to ravage the coast unless the princess was offered to it. Perseus beheld Andromeda's dire predicament and was moved instantly by her courage and plight. Just as the monster rose from the waves to claim its victim, Perseus intervened. Some stories say he wielded his sword to slay Cetus. Others recount that he brandished Medusa's head once more to turn the beast into stone mid-leap. Either way, Perseus rescued Andromeda from the jaws of the creature. With Andromeda saved, Perseus received her hand in marriage from her grateful father, King Cepheus. After all his adventures, Perseus finally returned home a hero, with Andromeda as his bride. In time, their story too found its place in the stars. When Perseus eventually died, the gods raised him into the night sky, honoring his courage and loyalty. The constellation Perseus stands beside Andromeda's constellation in the heavens, a loving reminder of their bond. In one hand, Perseus's starry figure holds a sword, and in the other, he holds Medusa's severed head. Fittingly, one star in Perseus, the blinking star Algol, marks the Gorgon's eye. Algol's name even means demon star, reflecting the sinister remnant of Medusa that Perseus carries. In fact, the entire drama of Perseus and Andromeda is immortalized across the night sky. Not only are Perseus and Andromeda shining above, but so too are Andromeda's parents, and even the dreaded monster Cetus. Queen Cassiopeia sits aloft on her throne, a distinctive constellation circling the North Star. King Cepheus is close by her side, a constellation shaped like a house or crown. Sprawling near the horizon is Cetus, the sea monster, placed among the stars to commemorate how it was vanquished. It is as though the gods took that entire tale of vanity, bravery, and deliverance and set it in the sky as a grand cosmic pageant. On clear nights, Greek storytellers could point out each character glimmering in that stellar storybook, reliving the myth each time they told it. The Greeks wove many such tapestries of myth among the stars. Another prominent hero etched into the firmament is Heracles, known to Romans as Hercules, the greatest of Greece's champions. The constellation Hercules, high in the summer sky, depicts a kneeling man, often drawn holding a club. This the Greeks identified as Heracles, shown in a moment of triumph and effort. They said he remains forever kneeling, poised to battle a mighty dragon. Indeed, coiled near him is Draco, the dragon constellation. According to legend, this dragon was none other than Ladon, the serpent-like beast that guarded the golden apples in the garden of the Hesperides. Heracles slew Ladon as one of his famous 12 labours, and the goddess Hera placed the defeated dragon among the stars in remembrance. Now Draco winds around the northern sky, and the figure of Heracles stands above it, eternally grappling with the dragon in a starry tableau. Heracles' many adventures also found echoes in the constellations. The sky became a permanent record of his heroic deeds. For instance, when Heracles vanquished the Nemean lion, a monstrous lion with an invulnerable hide, Hera set that lion in the zodiac as the constellation Leo. When he battled the multi-headed Hydra and crushed a giant crab that came to its aid, those creatures too were honoured. The Hydra and the crab became the constellations Hydra and Cancer, placed in the heavens by Hera for their valiant fight against Heracles. The Greeks noted that Cancer and Hydra crawl low along the horizon, perhaps still cowering from the mighty hero's onslaught. Other constellations, like Sagittarius, the Archer, or Aquila, the Eagle, were linked to Heracles' legends as well. One myth said that Aquila, the eagle, and Sagitta, the arrow, represent the eagle that tormented Prometheus, and the arrow Heracles used to slay it, freeing the chained Titan, both placed in the sky to commemorate that compassionate deed. Star by star, the tales of Heracles' triumphs were written in light. Each time ancient stargazers spotted the lion, the crab, the hydra, the dragon, or the kneeling man, they saw reminders of Heracles' strength and the struggles he overcame. Even voyages across uncharted seas found their reflection above. One of the largest constellations recognized by the ancients was Argo Navis, the great ship Argo. This constellation, named for the vessel of the hero Jason and his Argonaut crew, once spread across the southern sky on a magnificent scale. Jason himself, the captain who sought the Golden Fleece, was not placed among the stars, but his famous ship was. Later astronomers divided the huge Argo into 3 constellations: Carina the keel, Vela the sails, and Puppis the stern, but to the Greeks it was one vessel. They imagined the Argo eternally sailing the celestial ocean. One could almost picture its mast and billowing sails made of starlight, carrying heroes on their daring quest. The tale of Jason and the Argonauts was one of peril and adventure, and the Greeks saw it playing out in the sky. They remembered how Jason assembled a band of heroes and set sail on the Argo to obtain a miracle, the golden fleece of a divine ram. As long as the Argo's stars continued their slow drift across the night, Jason's voyage was still underway in a sense. They recounted how the Argo first stopped at the Isle of Lemnos, an island mysteriously devoid of men and ruled by warrior women. The Argonauts' first curious challenge. They spoke of how the blind prophet Phineus was tormented by harpies, vicious bird women, stealing his food, and how Jason's crew drove the harpies away as an act of mercy. In gratitude, Phineus warned them of the deadly Symplegades, the clashing rocks at the Bosporus that smashed ships to splinters. Following Phineus's advice, Jason released a dove as the Argo approached these treacherous rocks. The little bird darted through, and the rocks clashed together just after it passed. Seeing this, the crew rowed with all their might, and the Argo slipped through behind the dove. The Symplegades, having missed their prey, remained fixed apart forever, never to trouble sailors again. The Greeks surely saw this triumph mirrored in the sky whenever the stars of Argo Navis safely cleared the horizon's edge, as if navigating past a cosmic obstacle. After many trials, Jason and his companions reached the distant land of Colchis and claimed the Golden Fleece by completing 3 daunting tasks: yoking fire-breathing oxen, defeating an army of skeleton warriors sprung from dragons' teeth, and finally pacifying the dragon that guarded the fleece. With help from the sorceress Medea, Jason succeeded and fled with the prize, the stars bearing witness to these feats as well, perhaps in the constellations Taurus the bull and Draco the dragon, symbols of the obstacles he overcame. Jason's journey home was equally fraught with danger. The Argonauts encountered raging storms, the alluring song of sirens, and even Talos, a giant bronze automaton who hurled stones to sink their ship. Through courage and ingenuity, they survived each challenge and eventually sailed back to Jason's kingdom. But Jason's personal story did not end happily. In later years, he broke his oath to Medea, the very woman who had helped him win the fleece, by becoming engaged to another princess. In revenge, Medea unleashed a horrific tragedy. She sent a cursed dress to Jason's new bride that burned her to death, and Jason's own children were slain as well. Jason's patron goddess, Hera, who had protected him on his voyage, now turned her face from him. Bereft and dishonored, Jason returned alone to the rotting remains of his ship. One day, as the broken hero slept beneath the Argo's decaying hull, a piece of the ship's stern collapsed and fell on him, killing him. Thus ended Jason's life in melancholy and ruin. And yet, in the heavens, the Argo still sails. The legacy of Jason's quest lives on in eternal starlight. Each night, the faint glow of the ship's stars emerges from the southern horizon and journeys westward before fading with the dawn. To the Greeks, those stars were a reminder that great deeds and great follies would never be forgotten by the cosmos. The heroes, the monsters, the voyages and trials are all written in the sky. The night was alive with their stories. For the people of ancient Greece, to look up at the night sky was to step into a grand amphitheatre of myth. The constellations were not cold, distant suns to them. They were passionate tales of courage, hubris, love, and loss twinkling overhead. Every glittering cluster had a name and meaning: a hero's valor, a god's whim, a monster's defeat, a lover's reunion. A Greek poet once called the stars the writings of the heavenly gods. Under that poetic canopy, families and travelers recounted how each group of stars came to be. On calm evenings, they might point out how Perseus still flies across the heavens with winged sandals, how proud Orion still flees the scorpion's rise, or how Heracles still grapples with the dragon as the great lion and Hydra look on from afar. These starry myths gave the Greeks a sense of connection between their world and the divine. The sky was a vast storytelling tapestry, one that comforted them that their beloved heroes had truly achieved immortality, becoming as constant and shining as the stars themselves. Far to the north, in the frigid realm of Norse myth, a stark and haunting story of creation unfolds under an eternal twilight sky. In the beginning, before the earth or any living thing existed, there was only a great yawning gap called Ginnunga Gap. To the south of this void lay Muspelheim, a realm of searing fire. To the north lay Niflheim, a land of ice and mist, where the freezing mists met the flames in Ginnunga Gap. Steam and sparks danced, and from the melting ice a wondrous being took shape, the first giant, Ymir. Ymir was colossal, born of ice and fire. As he slept in the thawing void, new life emerged from his body. Beneath his arm, a male and female grew, and one leg fathered a son with the other. Thus Ymir spawned the race of frost giants. The ice also created a cow named Audhumla. 4 rivers of milk flowed from her, nourishing Ymir. Audhumla survived by licking the salty ice. With each lick, something emerged from the ice. After 1 day, hair. After 2 days, a head. On the 3rd day, the full form of a man was revealed. This was Buri, first ancestor of the gods. Buri's son Bor married Bestla, a giantess, and their children were Odin and his 2 brothers, Vili and Ve. These 3 looked upon brutish Ymir, and the horde of giants spawned from him, and knew a new world could only arise if the old chaos was destroyed. Odin and his brothers attacked the primeval giant Ymir. A fearsome battle shook the void until Ymir was slain. So much blood gushed from his wounds that it caused a flood, drowning nearly all the giants in its red tide. One giant couple, Bergelmir and his wife, survived by hiding in a hollow tree and would become the ancestors of future giants. With Ymir fallen, Odin and his brothers dragged the giant's immense corpse to the center of Ginnunga Gap and set about crafting the world from it. Ymir's flesh became the solid earth. His blood and sweat formed the seas and waters. They shaped his colossal bones into mountains and crags, and from his teeth and shattered bone fragments they made rocks and boulders. Ymir's skull they lifted up to make the sky's dome. To support it at the four corners, they placed 4 sturdy dwarfs named North, South, East, and West. The brothers weren't done transforming Ymir's remains. They flung Ymir's brains into the sky, and they broke apart into wisps to become the clouds. The firmament was still dark, so next the gods took bright sparks from fiery Muspelheim and placed them inside Ymir's skullcap. These glowing embers became the sun, the moon, and all the stars, to illuminate heaven above and earth below. To each star they gave a fixed place and path, so the heavens would have orderly courses. What had been a gaping void was now a vast starlit sky, beautiful and domed by the giant's skull. In the middle of this new world, the gods marked out a home for humanity. Using Ymir's eyebrows, they built a protective wall around an inland realm and named it Midgard, the middle enclosure. While walking along the shore, Odin and his brothers found 2 trees, and from them shaped the first man and woman. Odin breathed spirit and life into them. Vili gave them understanding and movement, and Ve bestowed clothing and names. The man was Ask, and the woman Embla. From these 2 sprang all humanity who dwell in Midgard. Far above, Ymir's skull formed the sky, and sparks set in it twinkled as stars. The Norse cosmos now had structure and light, yet it was not a tranquil paradise. It was a living universe held together by a great ash tree, Yggdrasil, the world tree. The Norse imagined a tremendous tree that stretched through all realms. Its roots burrowed into the underworlds, and its crown reached the highest heaven. The earth, Midgard, lay near the tree's centre. One root extended to icy Niflheim, where a horrific dragon named Nidhogger gnawed at it. Far above, an eagle perched in Yggdrasil's top, and a clever squirrel scurried up and down, carrying messages and insults between the eagle and the dragon below. The gods made their home in Asgard, one of the upper realms among Yggdrasil's branches, reachable from Midgard only by crossing the Bifrost, a shimmering rainbow bridge. All in all, there were 9 worlds arranged around Yggdrasil. Asgard of the Aesir gods, Vanaheim of the Vanir gods, Alfheim of the light elves, Midgard of humans, Jotunheim of giants, Svartalfheim of dark elves, Nidavellir of the dwarfs, the icy depths of Niflheim, and Muspelheim's furnace of flame. Every being had its place in this grand scheme, and the stars wheeled overhead as points of divine light, marking the cardinal directions and times of year. To the Norse, even the sun and moon were personified and pursued. They told how Sol, the sun maiden, drove a golden chariot across the sky. and how her brother Mani guided the silver moon's cart by night. But these celestial charioteers were forever fleeing terrifying wolves. A giant wolf named Skull chased the sun, snapping at her heels, while his brother Hati chased the moon. When either wolf drew close, the Norse feared an eclipse was at hand, a dreaded moment when the beast might swallow the sun or moon. At such times, villagers would clang weapons and shout to scare the wolves away. At the end of time, in the final battle of Ragnarok, it was foretold that Skjold and Hati would at last catch their prey. The sun and moon would be devoured, and darkness would blanket the world. But until that fated day, each dawn, Sol's bright horses outrun the pursuing wolf, and each night Mani's gentle light escapes the snap of his hunter. Under this sky of sun, moon, and steadfast stars, the people of the north found meaning and guidance. The pole star, lodged in the tail of the little bear, Ursa Minor, guided their travels by night. The constellations to them were not mythic heroes or animals as in other cultures, but they still read portents in the heavens. When the shimmering aurora, northern lights, spread across the sky, they imagined it might be reflections from the armor of the Valkyries, or the glow of Surt's fire giants at the edge of the world. The Norse often called the sky Ymir's skull, a reminder that their cosmos was born from sacrifice. The twinkling stars were sparks of Ymir, glowing embers flung into the night at creation. In the Norse creation story, gentle lights are born from violent beginnings. This gave the Norse a deep sense that the world was forged out of conflict and maintained against chaos. Yet they took comfort that even in the cold and dark, the gods had kindled stars from Muspelheim's flames to light the way. Each night, as they looked up at the glittering sky, they remembered how their world was built from a giant's body, ordered by Odin and his brothers, and how one day it would end in fire and fury when the stars fall and the sun is swallowed. For now, though, the stars still shone in their fixed courses, embers of creation flickering in the firmament, and people could navigate both sea and life by their light, trusting in the grand but precarious design the gods had set in place. We journey westward now, across oceans and ages, to the jungles of ancient Mesoamerica. Here, the Maya looked at the night sky and saw a cosmic hearth flickering among the stars. To the Maya, the creation of the world was akin to lighting a new fire at the center of the universe. In the beginning of time, they say, there was stillness, an endless expanse of calm, dark water, and the boundless sky above. No land, no people, Not even sun or moon existed yet. Only the gods moved in the darkness. In that primordial night, the creator deities gathered and spoke the world into being. They called forth the earth from the deep waters and planted the first mountain like a great altar rising above the sea. To separate the sky from the earth, the gods planted a tall cedar tree, making space for all life. Once the land was in place, the gods adorned it with plants and animals and tried to fashion beings who could worship them. According to the Popol Vuh, the Maya's sacred chronicle, the first humans were shaped from mud, but these soft clay people had no minds and soon crumbled. Next, the gods carved people from wood. These wooden folk walked and talked and multiplied, but they had no souls and forgot the gods, so they were destroyed. Those who survived that downfall were said to have become the monkeys swinging in the trees. The world existed, but it still sat in twilight with no sun to light it. The moment of true creation that the Maya revered was when the first real sunrise arrived, an event they linked to the resurrection of the maize god, their first father. Maya myth says this: first father deity, Hun Hunahpu, or Wak Chan Ajar, meaning raised up Sky Lord, was sacrificed in the underworld in the time before time. The universe remained dark and inert until the day of his rebirth. On that sacred day, the gods set 3 stones into the hearth of the sky, and with that divine fire, the new era of the world began. One Maya tradition holds that this initiation of time occurred on a date corresponding to August 13th, 3114 BCE, the start of the current great cycle of the Maya long count calendar. Maya astronomer priests observed that around this date each year a remarkable drama unfolds in the pre-dawn sky. First, the bright band of the Milky Way, which the Maya saw as a great cosmic river or canoe, lies low along the horizon, east to west, like a crocodile canoe floating on the dark sea of night. As the night deepens, this celestial canoe slowly tilts and sinks. The Maya imagined it as the god's canoe, carrying the soul of the sacrificed maize god down into the underworld waters. Finally, just before dawn, 3 new stars pierce the darkness on the eastern horizon. The 3 belt stars of Orion. The Maya knew these as the 3 stones of the cosmic hearth, glowing in the sky. In that moment, they said, first father rose as the reborn maize god, and the first true dawn spread its light. Every year this celestial sign the sinking canoe and the three hearthstones rising marked the anniversary of creation, a reassurance that the world, like maize, would be reborn anew. Maya legend describes how the reborn maize god emerged from the underworld at a place called the Three-Stone Place, where the gods had set down the first hearth. Often it was illustrated as a giant turtle floating on the primordial sea, cracked open to allow the maize god to climb out from beneath the earth. In Maya art, the back of a great turtle is shown with 3 stones set upon it, and from a cleft in the turtle's shell rises the resurrected corn god. The turtle served as the earth itself, an animal bearing the world on its back, and the 3 stones represented the divine hearth fire that established the world. In one scene from the late Maya Madrid Codex, a dark sky pours rain upon the earth while a turtle floats with 3 stones on its shell beneath the storm, reenacting the moment the world was brought to life. According to Maya theology, it was the deity Hunahpu, first father of the hero twins, who set the 3 stones of creation in place at time's beginning. That first father was killed in the underworld, but with the help of his twin sons, he was miraculously reborn, appearing out of a cracked turtle shell as the eternal maize god. The story of the hero twins, recounted in the Popol Vuh, is rich and complex. After many trials in the underworld Xibalba, the twins defeated its lords and then ascended to the sky, one becoming the sun and the other the moon. In doing so, they avenged their father and set the proper sun and moon in motion for the new world. But the crux of creation was the resurrection of their father, who personified maize and life itself. His rebirth was the Genesis, when the first hearth was lit and time began to flow. Every Maya household's hearth echoed this cosmic model. Just as the universe was founded with 3 stones placed in a ring to hold a divine fire, so too did people arrange 3 stones for the hearths in their homes. The constellations that the Maya perceived in the sky often related to this creation tableau. They identified Orion's 3 belt stars as the 3 hearthstones of creation. Nearby, they saw a faint nebula as the smoke of the cosmic fire. The Milky Way, at certain times, was seen as the world tree, the same sacred saber tree that stands at the center of the world to hold up the heavens. At other times, the Milky Way was envisioned as a great canoe. In some Maya carvings, that canoe is shown carrying gods, including the hero twins and the maize god, across the sky. When the canoe sinks in the west, it signifies the maize god's descent to the underworld. When the 3 hearthstones of Orion rise at dawn. It marks the place where he rises again, reborn as a maize stalk with the coming sun. To the ancient Maya, these celestial events were not just abstract markers, but sacred reenactments. They performed new fire ceremonies to kindle new flames at the end of calendar cycles, mirroring the initial lighting of the cosmic hearth. The timing of agricultural activities, especially the planting and harvesting of maize, was guided by the stars and the myths they told. When Orion's 3 hearthstones glinted in the pre-dawn sky, it signaled the dry season's arrival and time to prepare the fields for planting. The Maya even aligned some city temples to celestial events tied to this creation story. At certain sites, the rising of Orion's belt or the Milky Way's position on specific dates would align with temple doorways or pyramid peaks, uniting architecture, astronomy, and myth. In the quiet pre-dawn darkness, a Maya priest might stand atop a pyramid, watching Orion's 3 stars ascend. In that moment, he would know he was witnessing creation itself replayed. The god's fire glows once more in the cosmic hearth. The first father is rising anew, bringing the promise of dawn, warmth, and life. The sky above the rainforest is a great storybook. Each star and dark cloud recounts the deeds of gods and heroes. And of all these stories, the greatest is how the world was set in motion. When 3 stones were placed in the sky, the first fire sparked, and a new sun broke over a newly formed world. From the Maya, we journey onward to the Valley of Mexico, where the Aztecs gazed at the sky and saw not one creation, but many. In Aztec cosmology, time itself was cyclical. They spoke of 5 suns, 5 great epochs, each with its own sun and its own race of beings, each ended by catastrophe. The era we live in now was the 5th such age, preceded by 4 failed worlds. In the Aztec telling, before the first sun, there was only endless night and a great primordial ocean. From this void emerged the dual creator, Ometeotl, who begat 4 mighty gods to shape the cosmos. These were the brothers Tezcatlipoca, smoking mirror, Quetzalcoatl, feathered serpent, Huitzilopochtli, hummingbird of the south, and Saipe Totec, flayed lord. Together they set about creating the earth. But the earth at that time was a monstrous crocodile called Cipactli, floating in the void. Whatever the gods tried to build on her back, Cipactli devoured, frustrating their efforts. The 4 creator gods resolved to subdue this beast. Tezcatlipoca lured Cipactli out by offering his own foot as bait. When the great crocodile lunged and bit off the god's foot, the four seized her. In a fierce battle, Quetzalcoatl and Tezcatlipoca tore the giant monster in two. From her enormous corpse, they fashioned the world. Her head and shoulders became the 13 heavens above, her hindquarters the 9 underworld layers beneath, and her torso formed the earth's surface. Thus, the very ground was the body of a sacrificed being, a theme that echoes through many cultures' creation myths. With the earth established, the gods set about making and destroying a succession of worlds under different suns. The first sun, the Aztecs said, was ruled by Tezcatlipoca, the Dark Lord of Night. In that first age, the gods created a race of giants to inhabit the world, feeding them acorns. Tezcatlipoca himself became the sun, but he gave only half light. His age was cold and dim. This era, called 4 Jaguar Nahui Ocelotl, ended in violence. Quetzalcoatl quarreled with Tezcatlipoca and struck him from the sky, extinguishing the sun. In rage, Tezcatlipoca sent jaguars to devour the giants and destroy the world. Thus, the first sun perished in darkness and blood. After the gods remade the earth, the second sun began. It was called 4 Wind, Nahui Ehecatl, and presided over by Quetzalcoatl, god of wind, who became the new sun. Under his light, humans of normal size were created and lived on piñon nuts. But Tezcatlipoca, still bitter, sowed trouble. Humans became corrupt and ceased to honor the gods. As punishment, Tezcatlipoca transformed all people into monkeys, making them strangers to their own world. Outraged, Quetzalcoatl, as sun swept in with mighty winds. He unleashed hurricanes that blew the howling monkeys away into the forests, tearing the world apart and ending the second sun in ruin. Next came the third sun, called 4 Rain, Nahui Quiahuitl. This age was ruled by Tlaloc, the rain god, whom the gods chose as the sun. Under Tlaloc's warmth, humans ate new foods like maize. But Tezcatlipoca could not resist meddling. He stole Tlaloc's beloved wife, the flower goddess Xochiquetzal. The grieving Tlaloc turned his face from the world. He refused to send rain despite the people's pleas, and drought ravaged the land. Finally, in fury, Tlaloc let loose a torrent, not of water, but of fire. He made it rain burning coal and flames, consuming the world in an inferno. Thus, the third sun ended in fire. Those humans who did not burn were turned to birds, and the earth was ashes. Once again, the gods restored the world, and the fourth sun dawned. 4 water, Nahui Atl. This time the sun was a goddess, Chalchiutlikua, deity of water, and by some accounts Tlaloc's kindly sister. Under her care, humans again flourished and discovered maize for food. Chalchiutliku loved humanity deeply and brought gentle rains for their crops. But Tezcatlipoca accused her of only feigning kindness to win praise. Wounded by this betrayal, Chalchiutlicue cried tears of grief, so abundant they flooded the world. The sky opened in a great flood. All was submerged, and humanity drowned. Some survivors were turned into fish to live in the new sea. So the fourth sun was washed away by water, and darkness fell once more. In the darkness between the fourth and fifth suns, the gods gathered at Teotihuacan, the legendary birthplace of the gods. A new sun had to be born, but none of the gods wanted the deadly honor of igniting it. Finally, 2 deities stepped forward. One was Tekuchistecatl, a proud lord adorned in gold and feathers. The other was Nanahuatzin, a humble god scarred by disease, but brave in heart. The gods built a great bonfire. When time came, proud Tekuchistecatl lost his nerve and could not leap. Nanahuatzin, devout and determined, shut his eyes and cast himself into the flames without hesitation. Shamed, Tekuchistecatl jumped in after him. Miraculously, 2 new lights rose in the east. Nanahuatzin emerged reborn as a brilliant new sun, and Tekuchistecatl as another sun beside him. Their combined radiance was blinding. One god quickly hurled a rabbit at Tekuchistecatl to dim his light, turning him into the moon. To this day, people see a rabbit's silhouette on the moon. The sun now shone alone, yet the new sun hung motionless in the sky, unwilling to move on its course. The fifth sun, the sun of our era, needed a further sacrifice. The remaining gods realized they all must give their own lifeblood to jumpstart the sun. One by one, the gods offered up their essence. With this final act, the sun was infused with divine energy and at last began to race across the sky. Time as we know it truly began, and day and night cycle was established. According to the Aztecs, we live in that fifth sun, known as 4 movement, Nahui Olin. They believed this world too will ultimately be destroyed, not by jaguars, wind, fire, or flood, but by cataclysmic earthquakes. Knowing that the sun was brought to life through sacrifice, the Aztecs felt duty-bound to sustain it. They called themselves the people of the sun, charged with feeding the sun's energy through continual offerings of blood. Thus, the practice of human sacrifice in Aztec culture, gruesome as it was, had a cosmic rationale. If the sun was not nourished, it would weaken, and the world would end in darkness. Each dawn was not taken for granted. It came only because the sun was appeased with hearts and blood. In their great Templo Maya in Tenochtitlan, Aztec priests performed elaborate rites to keep the sun strong. Prisoners of war were offered in sacrifice, their hearts lifted toward the sky. Payment to Tonatiuh, the sun god, who had sacrificed himself so that this fifth sun could shine. Despite the grim responsibilities this cosmology placed on them, the Aztecs found hope in it. Every sunrise reaffirmed that the cosmic order still held. The sun's journey continued, and life went on. They celebrated the new fire ceremony at the end of each 52-year cycle by extinguishing all lights and then igniting a new flame on a mountaintop, symbolizing the sun's renewal. They watched the skies for omens, believing that an eclipse or comet might foreshadow the sun's doom. But as long as the sun rose each morning, the Aztecs rejoiced that the heavens remained in balance. The famous sunstone, or calendar stone, of the Aztecs depicts the face of Tonatiuh at its center, surrounded by the glyphs of the 4 previous suns and their fates. It was a vivid reminder that the current world exists by the god's sacrifice, and that keeping the sun in motion was the Aztecs' sacred charge. As day turned to night, the Aztecs would look up at the brilliant stars over the Valley of Mexico, the same stars we see today, and read in them the chronicles of previous worlds. Perhaps Jupiter and Venus, in their eternal dance, made them think of Quetzalcoatl and Tezcatlipoca's rivalry. Perhaps the hazy band of the Milky Way reminded them of Chalchiutlicue's flood. Each night, the 5th sun rested beneath the horizon, and the sky filled with countless stars, not to rule, but to bear silent witness to the cosmic cycles. And each dawn, when the sun ascended once more, it affirmed to the Aztecs that their sacrifices and faith had indeed kept the cosmic wheel turning for yet another precious day. Our journey's next destination lies high in the Andes of South America, where the Inca civilization looked up at a breathtaking sky and saw shapes not drawn by bright stars, but by the dark gaps between them. Unlike many stargazers, the Inca paid special attention to the broad band of the Milky Way. They called this glowing river of stars Mayu, the celestial river, and believed it mirrored the great rivers on Earth. Within the Milky Way's misty band, dark blotches, vast clouds of cosmic dust that block the starlight, form silhouettes. The Inca perceived these dark shapes as celestial animals and spirits, living entities watching over their earthly counterparts. To them, the night sky was alive with llamas, foxes, serpents, and other creatures outlined not by stars, but by their very absence. Foremost among the Incas' dark constellations was Yacana, the great llama. On a clear, moonless night in the southern hemisphere, one can discern a vast, llama-shaped shadow in the Milky Way, her body formed by dark clouds amid the starry glow. The Inca imagined this as a mother llama accompanied by her cria, baby, the two brightest stars of Centaurus, Alpha and Beta Centauri, were seen as the llama's shining eyes, keeping watch as she roams the sky. Each year, around November, this llama constellation stands high overhead above Cusco, appearing to drink from the cosmic river. That time coincides with the rainy season and the birth of real llama calves. Inca herders were keenly attuned to Yacana's motions. When the mother llama's eyes, those two bright stars, first rose at dusk, it signaled a time for ceremony. Offerings were made to the celestial llama, asking her to protect the herds. Often, these were small llama figurines or libations rather than live llamas, offered during important times such as the solstice or before annual migrations. In Inca belief, every animal had a guardian in the sky. A dark constellation called Macacuay was a giant serpent overseeing all snakes. Another blotch formed Atok, the fox, watching over foxes. But Yacana, the llama, was paramount, for llamas were the lifeblood of Andean life, providing wool, transport, and sacrifice. The Inca taught that the celestial llama governed the well-being of all llamas on earth. If Yacana prospered in the sky, so would the herds below. Each night, the llama in the sky was said to come down to drink from earthly streams. One Quechua legend tells that when the world was once threatened by a great flood, it was a llama who sensed it first. This llama frantically urged its human keeper to flee to the mountain tops. The man heeded the warning, and from a high peak he watched a deluge cover the earth. Thanks to the llama's wisdom, humanity was saved from extinction. In gratitude, the gods placed that llama in the firmament, where she became Yacana, forever safeguarding people from the sky. High above the Andes, the Milky Way arches like a luminous bridge, and the Inca saw it as a great river joining heaven and earth. They believed animals and spirits travelled along this river of light. The dark constellations within it were not passive patterns, but active, living presences. Near the Southern Cross, they recognized not only the mother and baby llama, but also a small dark smudge at the llama's feet, which they identified as a fox, atok. In the wild, foxes prey on newborn llamas and vicuñas, and so in the sky the fox lurks at the llama's feet, forever menacing the baby. The Inca even noted that when the Fox Nebula is especially prominent in December, it coincides with the season when fox cubs are born on Earth. To them, such parallels were proof that the sky and Earth mirrored one another in harmony. The Milky Way itself, known also as Hatun Mayu, the Great River, was central to Inca agriculture and timekeeping. The appearance of certain dark constellations signaled when to sow and when to harvest. For example, when the dark serpent, Machacue, slithered into view, the rainy season was arriving and snake-like lightning would soon strike, meaning it was time for cleansing rituals. If the llama's eyes, Alpha and Beta Centauri, glittered an extra brilliant blue, herders expected plentiful rains and lush grass. If those stars looked faint or reddish, it warned of drought and hard times ahead. The Inca carefully watched these celestial signs, in effect reading the cosmos like a calendar and almanac for what the year would bring. Even after the Spanish conquest, knowledge of the dark constellations quietly endured in remote Andean villages. Generation after generation, Quechua people passed down the names and stories of Yacana, the celestial llama, and others. As late as the 20th century, anthropologists learned that highland farmers still spoke of the llama in the sky and timed breeding and shearing by her annual rise. On cold winter nights, elders could point to the Milky Way and pick out the silhouettes their ancestors saw. The great llama, the fox, the snake. Through these oral traditions, a piece of the Inca sky lore survived, faint as starlight, yet still present after centuries. Under that same celestial river, the Inca sensed a profound connectedness between heaven and earth. The dark llama above was tied to every llama grazing in the high plains. The great river in the sky flowed in parallel with the sacred Urubamba River below. By honoring the beings in the sky, the Inca kept the natural world in balance. They dwelt in a universe where even darkness had shape and meaning, where the spaces between stars were filled with guardians and guides. In those dark cloud constellations lived the promise that life on earth was watched over by life in the heavens. So when the Inca looked up at the Milky Way on a clear winter night, they did not see random darkness. They saw a mother llama and her child, a vigilant fox, a serpent, familiar animals of their world cast into the sky. Each was a character in the cosmic story, a reassuring reminder that they were never alone. The sky was full of their own sacred animals, transformed into eternal silhouettes, guiding and protecting their people through the long Andean nights. High above the northern horizon, a band of 7 bright stars slowly wheels around the pole. On a still night, you might know this pattern as the Big Dipper, or perhaps as a plough or a wagon in other lands. But to the elders of certain Native American tribes, those stars come alive as an ancient drama in the sky, a mighty great bear forever on the run, and the 7 hunters who pursue it. Imagine a time before cities and electric light, when the Milky Way gleamed like white smoke, and every star's pattern told a story. In the deep hush of the woods, under a dome of glittering stars, a small band of people gathers by their fire. The flames crackle softly, painting flickering shadows on fur cloaks and the trunks of old pine trees. In the distance, an owl calls, and the scent of pine resin hangs in the cool night air. A storyteller clears her throat gently and lifts an arm toward the north, pointing out the familiar cluster of the Dipper. There, she whispers, her voice soft and reverent. There runs the great bear across the heavens. In their eyes, the 4 stars forming the bowl of the Dipper are the hulking shape of a bear. The 3 stars trailing behind, the Dipper's handle to many of us, are not a handle at all, but 3 tireless hunters giving chase. Long ago, the tale goes, there were 7 great hunters in all, roaming the endless forests. One summer day, these hunters spotted the mightiest bear they had ever seen, a bear as tall as a hill, with paws that could shake the ground. They decided to hunt this bear, for it threatened their village and devoured whatever it pleased. Through green summer meadows and into shadowy pine thickets, the 7 hunters tracked the giant creature. The bear was cunning and swift, leading them far from home. Night after night, beneath a moonless sky spangled with stars, the hunters pressed on, their determination unwavering. The forest grew silent before the great bear's passing. Even the crickets and frogs fell quiet, as if holding their breath while the chase thundered through the darkness. As the long summer waned, the bear reached the very edge of the world, the place where solid earth meets the sky. With nowhere else to run on the ground, the desperate animal gave a mighty leap. In a flash of magic, it sprang off the earth and into the heavens, vanishing among the starry realms. Of the 7 hunters, 4 skidded to a halt at the world's edge. They were brave, but the sky's threshold filled them with dread. The infinite blackness above seemed an ocean with no shore. Reluctantly, those 4 hunters lowered their eyes and turned back toward home, their part of the chase over. They faded into the mists of legend, remembered but no longer seen in the sky. Yet 3 of the hunters were bold and true. They refused to let the bear escape. Together, they gathered their courage, took a running start, and sprang off the earth, following the bear's path into the night sky. For an instant, they felt nothing under their moccasins but cold wind. Then, to their astonishment, they found themselves running in the heavens, their feet touching a shimmering trail of starlight. The hunt continued across the dome of night, the bear galloping on all 4s, and the 3 hunters trailing close behind, just as we see them each clear night. All through the autumn, the great bear races westward across the sky, trying to shake the hunters from its heels. The hunters remain close behind, their silhouettes now etched among the stars. In some tellings of this tale, these hunters are not ordinary men at all, but great spirits in the forms of birds. The first hunter, nearest to the bear, is Robin. The second is Chickadee, who carries on his back a cooking pot for the feast they hope to have. The third is Moosebird, flying behind. If your eyes are sharp, the elders say, you can even spot Chickadee's tiny cooking pot hanging just beside him, a faint pinprick of light next to a brighter star of the dipper's handle. That little companion star is the pot in which the hunters plan to cook the bear. Some storytellers even say a small dog joined the chase, a brave little dog with 4 eyes, 2 pale spots above its eyes, so that it could see the bear even in the dark. In one Iroquois version, this 4-eyed dog ran alongside the hunters and barked at the bear's heels. They say you can spot the dog among the stars too, perhaps as a faint star close by the hunter's path, forever following the bear across the sky. On an autumn night, when the leaves on earth are turning gold and red, the chase in the sky reaches its climax. The bear, growing weary, slows and rears up on its hind legs among the stars. Seizing the moment, Robin draws his bow. He holds his breath and lets an arrow fly. It whistles through the crisp night and strikes the bear deep in its side. The great bear emits a roar that echoes without sound across the silence of space, then tumbles onto its back as if wounded. Bright red blood gushes from the wound, spraying the stars with scarlet. The blood begins to drip down from the sky. Far below on earth, the people look up at the night and see a new colour painted across the forest. As the bear's blood falls from heaven, it lands on the leaves of the trees, staining them vivid red and orange. Night after night, more blood falls, until all the leaves of the forest are splashed with warm autumnal hues. To this day, when the forest canopy blazes with fall colours, the people remember it as the blood of the celestial bear. marking the end of the hunt for that year. High above, Robin the hunter is spattered with the bear's blood as well. He shakes himself off in mid-sky, and some of the blood clings to his chest. Ever since, the story says, Robin has worn a bright red breast, coloured by the blood of the great bear. With the bear wounded and fallen, the hunters move in. Chickadee swings down his cooking pot, and they prepare to claim their prize at last. As the chill of winter approaches, the hunters gather around the fallen bear in the sky. They decide to cook the bear and feast, for their village will have food for the long cold months. They kindle a cosmic fire and roast the bear's flesh, taking what they need to survive. When their meal is done and nothing is wasted, only the bear's white skeleton remains, glowing faintly among the stars. Through the winter nights, the outline of the great bear's skeleton can still be seen riding low in the sky. The 4 stars of the Dipper's bowl now appearing as the flat form of the bear lying on its back. The 3 hunter stars stand watch nearby, their quest fulfilled for the season. Down on earth, the trees, having been stained red by the bear's blood, now shed their leaves in mourning for the fallen creature. The forest grows quiet and bare, sleeping under the first snows, while the bear's spirit drifts in the heavens. But this is not the end of the story. Nothing truly ends in nature. All moves in cycles. The people know that with the coming of spring, the great bear will be reborn. Indeed, when the snows melt and new buds appear on the branches, a stirring is felt in the sky. One early spring night, on the horizon where the bear had fallen, a new bear rises from a den of stars. The hunters, whose spirits never tire, awaken and ready themselves for the chase once more. As spring blossoms into summer, the 7 hunters unite again and pursue the great bear across the sky, just as their legend has told for generations beyond count. Round and round the North Star they all circle. In the far northern latitudes, this constellation never sinks below the horizon at all, but instead wheels around Polaris, the North Star, every night. The people noticed this unceasing motion, and to them it was only natural that the story they saw there would be one without end. Each year, the story plays out anew. The hunt, the chase, the arrow that fells the bear, and the blood that paints the leaves. Each year, the bear's spirit returns, and the dance of stars begins again, eternal as the turning of the seasons. Up in the darkness, those stars still carry this memory. Even now, on a crisp autumn night, when you gaze up at the Big Dipper hanging low in the north. You might notice the stars of the bowl tipping as if upside down. That, the storytellers say, is the moment the hunter's arrow has struck home and the bear has fallen. And if autumn's trees are aflame with red, it is because the sky bear's lifeblood has fallen upon them once more. Then, in the deep of winter, the dipper sinks lower, the bear's outline sliding along the horizon as just bones. But by the time the spring peepers sing and new grass sprouts, look again. The Big Dipper will have swung high. The great bear stands on all fours once more, alive and running, and the chase begins anew under the gentle spring stars. In this way, the people of long ago found meaning in the turning of the heavens. The stars of the Great Bear and the 7 hunters reminded them that nature's rhythms are a circle: life, death, and rebirth, year after year, all written in the sky. Around late-night fires, parents passed this story to children, and elders shared it with the young hunters setting out on their first real chase. It bound the community together, this tale of courage, respect for the Great Bear, and the balance of life. The night sky was their canvas for teaching and remembering. Little children nodded sleepily in their parents' laps, eyes heavy but shining with the magic of the tale. In their dreams, they would see the Great Bear and the brave hunters chasing each other across the sky. And as the listeners around the fire grew drowsy, warmed by the crackling logs and the vivid images dancing in their minds, they would look up at those 7 bright stars with new understanding. The night did not feel so cold or so dark, knowing that above them a cosmic hunt played out that kept the world in harmony. The Great Bear and its 7 pursuers reassured them that the natural order was watched over, season after season, by powers greater than themselves. Under that vast northern sky, humans and stars were connected by story and by wonder. Interestingly, far across the world in ancient times, the Greeks also looked at these 7 stars and imagined a great bear. They spun the tale of Callisto, a maiden turned into a bear and placed in the sky by the king of the gods. It seems that some patterns in the heavens can inspire similar dreams in the hearts of different peoples, even those oceans apart. Such is the magic of the stars, linking distant cultures with common visions. Gently now, the tale of the Great Bear drifts into silence, like embers settling in a quiet fire. The storyteller falls quiet, and the circle around the flame breathes a collective sigh of contentment. Overhead, The pattern of the bear and hunter's sparkles, keeping its eternal vigil. Our journey under this one great sky is far from over, however. The night is full of stories, and the stars above us shine on every corner of the world. If we follow the stars westward, and then far to the south, across the equator, to distant lands, beneath another sky, we will find new constellations rising and new tales waiting to be told. Now our journey carries us far to the south, beneath skies unfamiliar to those from northern lands. Here, on a moonless night in the Australian outback, the darkness is profound and the stars blaze in uncountable numbers. From horizon to horizon arches the broad river of the Milky Way, a misty band of light made of millions of distant suns. Against that glittering backdrop, something remarkable appears. If you let your eyes adjust to the dark, you begin to notice not just the stars, but the shadows between them. And there, stretching across the Milky Way's bright glow, is the enormous silhouette of a great bird, the emu in the sky. Where Western stargazers might draw lines between bright stars to make shapes, the Aboriginal peoples of Australia often look at the darkness itself. Amid the thick starry river of the Milky Way lie dark nebulae, vast clouds of cosmic dust that block the starlight behind them. In those inky patches, the first astronomers of this ancient land saw the form of an emu, the large flightless bird that roams the deserts and plains. The emu's head is formed by a dark oval shadow known to astronomers as the Coal Sack Nebula near the Southern Cross. From that head, a long neck trails along a lane of darkness, and a great feathery body follows, sprawled across the centre of the Milky Way. This is Way, the celestial emu, watching over the land from above. For countless generations, Aboriginal families have looked up and seen Wedge in the night sky, and felt a deep connection between earth and heavens. Around their campfires, they tell many stories of how the emu came to be among the stars. One such Dreamtime story speaks of love, jealousy, and transformation beneath these very skies. Long ago, in the dreaming, the time when the world was young and filled with ancestral spirits, an emu lived on the earth as a woman-like being. She was strong and proud, with plumage that shimmered in shades of brown under the sun. This emu woman was married to a clever but fierce hunter, often described as a large wild cat. Her husband was a skilled stalker and protector, named Teach in some tellings. The emu's name was Way. She and Teach lived together near a waterhole, and each day Teach would go out hunting while Wei tended their camp. One afternoon, while the husband was away in the bush, a visitor came to their camp. It was Wadu, the wombat, a gentle, earth-dwelling creature. Wadu had long admired Wei's beauty and grace from afar. On this day, finding her alone, he mustered the courage to approach. He brought with him a gift, a small lump of rare red ochre pigment gleaned from a secret source in the hills. In those days, red ochre was precious, used only for the most sacred ceremonies and decorations. Wadu ground the ochre and mixed it with fat to make a vibrant paint. With kind words and soft songs, the wombat wooed Wage. She was flattered by his attention and tempted by the warmth of his affection, which had been lacking in her own marriage. As the shadows grew long toward evening, Wage allowed Wadu to paint her. With careful fingers, he drew patterns of red across her feathers, ceremonial swirls and symbols that glowed against her brown plumage. In that intimate moment, Wei felt special and seen, but as the sun neared the horizon, reality returned. She remembered Joe Teach would be home soon. Panicked, Wei urged Wadu to leave before her husband returned, lest they both incur Joe Teach's wrath. The wombat agreed it was wise. He said a hasty goodbye and scampered off into the dusk, leaving the emu adorned in sacred red ochre and filled with secret longing. Moments later, Joe Teach, the hunter, emerged from the scrub carrying the day's catch. The light of the new campfire danced in his eyes as he looked upon his wife. There she stood, decorated with the unmistakable red ochre reserved for rituals of great importance. Joe Teach's heart pounded. How had she come by this costly ochre while he was away? And why would she adorn herself so, if not for someone else's gaze? He circled her slowly, noticing also the scent of another creature lingering in the warm evening air. He saw Wadu's paw prints leaving their camp. Rage and hurt flared within him, but Joe Teach spoke calmly at first. In a low voice, he asked Wei where she had found such magnificent ochre. Caught off guard and afraid, Wei lied and said she had discovered it herself by chance. But her husband was a skilled tracker. He knew every source of ochre in their territory, and he saw through her deception at once. Joe Teach did not let his fury show, not yet. Instead he nodded and pretended to accept her story. Night had fallen fully now, and stars dusted the velvet sky. "It's a cold evening," said Joe Teach softly. "Wei, please build up the fire so we can stay warm." Relieved, Wei thought her lie had passed. She bent to add more wood to the crackling fire. Sparks flew up as the flames grew tall, casting a bright orange glow on the surroundings. In that instant, Joe Teach's facade fell away. With a snarl of betrayal, he lunged forward and grabbed Wei by her shoulders. Before she could cry out, he heaved her toward the heart of the fire. Wei, though strong, was taken utterly by surprise. She fell into the roaring flames, feeling the searing heat and the sting of burning embers on her feathers. A terrible scream filled the night, the cry of the emu woman in pain and fear. But Wei was not destined to perish in the fire. The same powerful legs that carry emus swiftly across the plains now saved her life. In one mighty kick, she propelled herself out of the inferno. With that leap, she did not merely escape the fire, she soared impossibly high, her body hurtling upward into the starry canvas of the sky. Jutich could only stumble backward in shock as his wife, glowing with the embers of the fire and the red ochre paint, rose higher and higher, becoming larger and darker against the stars. Wei never came back down to earth. She had been transformed, escaping her husband's wrath by taking her place among the constellations. Up she went, into the Milky Way. There her outline expanded, and the embers clinging to her feathers became the myriad stars around her. The red ochre that had decorated her form turned into the reddish tinge in the star clouds, and nebula scattered across the Milky Way's band. In the sky, she found freedom and safety, forever out of Jutich's reach. And there she remains, the dark emu stretching across the heavens on clear nights, a reminder of the day a tragic encounter propelled her to immortality among the stars. If you look up at the Milky Way on an autumn evening in Australia, when the night air is cool and still, you can discern her shape. There is the head and beak of the emu in the sky, near the Southern Cross. There are her neck and body following along the galaxy's luminous river. According to some Aboriginal storytellers, if the emu appears to be rising high and stretching out across the sky after sunset, it means that the real emus down on Earth are laying their eggs. The sky and the land reflect each other. When Wage is seen running across the heavens, it is time for the people to search the bush for emu nests filled with eggs, a vital source of food. Later in the season, the emu in the sky shifts position. By winter, she lies on her back along the horizon, and that signifies that the egg-laying season on Earth has come to an end. In this way, the emu in the sky serves not only as a beautiful story, but also as a celestial calendar and guide for survival. Aboriginal communities across Australia have long observed how the movements of this starry emu synchronize with the life cycle of the emus on the ground. The knowledge is encoded in the tail. Wedge's presence in the heavens reminds everyone when to collect eggs, when to let the birds breed in peace, and even hints at other seasonal changes. It is one of many examples of how deeply intertwined the indigenous people's understanding of the sky is with their understanding of the land. On Earth, The people even mirrored the sky in their art. In one sacred site, Aboriginal elders carved the shape of an emu into a flat rock surface. Each year, when the emu in the sky stands in just the right position at dusk, the carving on the rock aligns with its celestial counterpart. It is as if the emu spirit on the ground is meeting its image in the heavens, a reminder that what happens above is intimately connected with what happens below. For countless generations, dreaming stories like this have been kept alive in oral tradition. Elders share them with the young through spoken word, song, and dance under the night sky. Some paint the emu in the sky on cave walls or bark canvases, embedding the legend in art as well as memory. In this way, the emu's spirit lives on, in story and ceremony, every time those stars return. The story of Wei, Julteach, and Wadu is but one of many emu stories. In some regions, the details differ. Some say the emu in the sky is a creator spirit, or the guardian of a certain waterhole. Others recount how the Milky Way was formed from an emu's egg thrown into the sky. But across these stories, the image of the great emu linking earth and sky remains constant. Children grow up hearing how that dark shape above is a giant bird. And when they become elders, they pass the tale to the next generation under those same stars. Under the sparkling southern skies, as the campfires burn low, one can almost feel the presence of the ancestral emu overhead. The dark shape of Wedge, watching over her descendants on earth, is a comfort. She reminds all who see her that the sky world and our world are part of one connected whole. The lessons of the dreaming whisper that actions have consequences. Jealousy and anger can send ripples through the world, but also that from violence and sorrow can arise new wisdom and guidance. The emu in the sky remains, quietly gliding above as the ages pass, assuring those below that the universe remembers their stories. For the people, this tale is a reminder that jealousy and rage can have lasting consequences. Julteach's violent act sent his wife to the heavens, but in doing so, he inadvertently gave the world a new wonder. In the balance of the dreaming, even sorrow and anger transformed into something useful and beautiful, a guiding shape in the night. Thus, the emu in the sky stands as both a cautionary tale and a source of knowledge, illuminating the darkness with lessons from long ago. Nearby, a still waterhole mirrors the sky. In its glassy surface, the bright star fields of the Milky Way shimmer in reflection, as if a second emu is hiding just beneath the water, drinking the night. Sky and earth seem to echo one another, an emu above, an emu below, both part of one creation. The night deepens and the camp grows quiet, but the emu in the sky remains, a silent guardian over the dreamers and the land. Our journey continues eastward, over the vast Pacific Ocean, where the night sky and the open sea guide us onward. Envision a double-hulled canoe gliding over gentle waves under a canopy of tropical stars. The water is dark and glassy, reflecting the heavens like a mirror. A warm breeze whispers over the sails. Here, far from any shore, an expert navigator stands at the helm, his eyes studying the glittering map above. Among the stars, he finds his direction. To his Western counterparts, many of these star patterns would look familiar, yet foreign. Creatures and objects of different lore. One group of stars high in the southern sky curls like a hook or a crooked line. Western astronomers see a scorpion there, its tail arcing and its red heart star glowing. But to the people of Polynesia, those stars form something entirely different. They are the great fishhook of Maui, the demigod, hanging brilliantly in the sky. Maui is a name spoken with reverence and affection on islands across the Pacific. In countless legends, he is a trickster, a hero, a demigod with supernatural birth and human flaws. With his enchanted fishhook in hand, Maui pulled islands up from the sea, tamed the sun to slow its journey across the sky, lifted the vault of heaven higher so that humans could walk tall, and even stole the secret of fire for the people. Around fires on Hawaiian beaches, or under the palms of a Tahitian shore, elders would tell children of Maui's feats. And of all his treasures, the most iconic was his fishhook, a magic hook crafted from the bone of an ancestral spirit, gleaming with divine power. On a calm morning of mythic time, Maui sat in his canoe with his brothers, gazing out over a sea that stretched to the horizon in every direction. They had ventured farther from land than ever before in search of bountiful catches. But even as his brothers hauled in fish after fish, Maui's line remained slack. The brothers joked and teased him, saying perhaps Maui's luck at sea didn't match his other mighty deeds. Determined to prove himself, Maui decided to attempt something bold. He took out his fishhook, a large, sturdy hook carved from the jawbone of his great-grandmother, glowing with sacred manna. For bait, Maui reached into the bottom of the canoe and pulled out one of the wings of a red-feathered ailie bird, a bird sacred to his mother Hina.